All right, all right, all right. The Cosmic Trigger. This is your intrepid host, David Wilcock. I see big round of applause for David Wilcock. Sorry I was a little bit late, but I am hobbling around because I had this crazy incident where I fell yesterday, and then I actually, after talking to Angry Daddy, he wasn't actually that angry, but we'll do a good impersonation of that. In fact, let's do it right now. Oh, God, son, you might have broken your ankle. You mean to tell me that you are going to sit there in that house and you are not going to go call anybody, you're not going to call the doctor, and you're not going to go to the goddamn hospital when you probably just broke your goddamn ankle? David, I have had it! Right. Yeah. That's some Angry Daddy. That's the kind of love that I grew up with to make me into the warrior that I am today. How dare you sit there and think that you can sit in that goddamn house and you're not going to call the goddamn doctor when you very likely have broken your goddamn ankle? Son, goddamn, I just burned myself. I don't understand you at all, son. This is like we're speaking in foreign languages and I just can't make out the cloudiness of your mind and all the stupidity that blows around in there like tumbleweed, son. You really need to get a life. Go call the goddamn hospital. Get this thing looked at. You just broke your goddamn ankle, son. All right. Tough love for everyone. That's what somebody said. I got my Tranma glasses. She identifies as a Grans woman. You know that character as well. Well, all these things are just like layers of the onion that we can explore. You know, getting deeper and deeper into what it really means to be on camera. And, you know, we've been getting amazing views. I didn't realize this, but last week we actually did hit over 7,000 viewers live. That is the meditation effect. That means a worldwide coherence effect that's going to increase the likelihood of peace and decrease the likelihood of war, scientifically proven. And as I said a few weeks ago, the big reveal is that you don't have to wait until the meditation at the end to have a global peace meditation with me. This whole process we're doing, synchronizing minds on positive, Christ-oriented, logos, galactic content, this is something that's going to affect everyone. Even if you don't know what you're doing, just watching this show, having fun, enjoying this time, and being in a meditative, peaceful state, you are going to be affecting the global outcome. That's why 7,000 people meditating together under one roof, we're not doing that, but it's essentially equivalent, caused a 72% reduction in crime, fatalities, war, economic failure. Across the board, life on Earth got better. It got more enjoyable. And this is directly the result of people meditating. And that would imply that we're all sharing a consciousness and that your emotional temperature is not simply up to you. 3 out of 4 people who would have picked up a gun and shot somebody or picked up a knife and stabbed somebody or crashed their car or committed suicide or whatever the hell they were going to do, 3/4 of them didn't do that. And that's from 7,000 people. And we actually have those numbers. In fact, here we are, we're 4 minutes in and we've already got 2,270 and it just keeps rising and rising and rising. So this is a force to be reckoned with. The focused power of attention, mass numbers of people focusing their attention on something that's positive like this has this very strange, seemingly impossible holographic effect on the cosmos and on our lives on Earth. So this is really cool, you know. We're in a new time, we're in a new era, and I've had some very exciting stuff going on, but at the same time, I've been dealing with COVID that I've had since early September, really. I got it probably at the airport when I was flying into Calgary to go to vacation in Banff, which is my favorite part of Canada. If you haven't seen it, it has incredible mountains. They don't advertise in America. They don't really want Americans there. But the lakes I thought were photoshopped in the pictures because they have turquoise color. But then you go there and you find out, no, that's actually the color of the lakes. It's called glacial effluvium. And it's this sort of, this dust from glaciers that appears in the lakes that causes them to have this incredible turquoise color that's just supernatural and surreal. We just had our first donation from France, or a French woman at least, Véronique Moermont, a good long-term supporter. Hi, David. Just wanted to let you know that my cat Leo came back after 9 days, and we prayed for the cat. Thank you, everyone, for the group effort. I appreciate you guys. Looking forward to your amazing show, like always. Yes, indeed. So this power really works, and we were worried about Veronique's cat, and I'm glad to hear that the cat is okay. So it's been quite an adventure for me because I was in Canada not realizing that I had this illness. Beverly Adams has donated again. She's a long-term supporter. Thank you, Beverly. And I was too weak to go canoeing. I was too weak to go hiking. I spent most of my time in Banff, in my cabin, boring, you know, sitting around doing work on the computer and just looking out the window at my beautiful view. And, you know, it was not fun, to say the least. I've had a lot of dragging energy because this is essentially long COVID. So I've had this fatigue that just is incredibly difficult to get rid of, and you really do have to sleep 10 or 11 hours a day, every day. So I've looked at it as sort of like a mandatory enforced, let's get that hair going, mandatory enforced meditation and bed rest from the universe. You know, I haven't really had a choice. I feel like this is just what I got to do, because you're so tired that by like 7 o'clock at night, you can barely make dinner. And especially after dinner, it's like, man, I ought to just go to bed right now, but you don't really want to do that. Mr. Danke donated $20. You're such an asset to humanity. Thank you for helping keep us in the loop. Well, the loop is the right keyword here. Yes, Julie says the fatigue sucks. Hey, Dave from North Carolina. Ron, glad you're alive if you live in North Carolina. Oh, my God. Rhonda Lee said she had COVID 4 times. LOL, don't worry about your bedhead, says M. Nicolaris. Yeah, I really haven't... I've been too sick to go get my hair cut, so what we got right now is the typical 80s rock star haircut. That's just what I'm rocking, folks, and I got to keep it looking good. So we got to fluff it up now and then. But anyway, life is good. I mean, it's despite the fact that things are going crazy. I mean, I'm finally, mathematically, day after day, getting rid of this illness, but it has been tough. The illness just hangs on and hangs on and hangs on. Peace Abel donated. He's another common friend. If if these arrests are happening, why aren't there more hints at it coming from T's team to try to prep the normies? Well, he has made hints, but there's actually a lot of provocative statements that he's been making. And if you saw this past week, Bill, you know, from the original dynasty where he was president not too long ago, he was out there joking about how he'd rather be down in Cuba at Guatan than up in the Supermax in Colorado. He's openly joking about it. Roger Zabark, a long-term friend and supporter, thank you again for being here for all of us, David. Roger. Thank you, Roger. Michael Larson, thank you for what you do, David. Love and light to you. Peace Abel. P.S. You are styling today. Jimmy Matheny says, wild hair, I don't care. And then we have Beloved Warrior says, I came here to Earth just for this. Well, that's, yeah, Joseph T. Fataruso Jr. Hey, David, did you catch DJT on Rogan? Over 23 million views. I think it's higher than that now. I'm not even sure. Somebody from, looks like Japan, asked me, David, you said crying scares demons. Why is this? Well, that goes way down the rabbit hole really fast, but what I know from whistleblower testimony, specifically from a woman going by the name of Savali, which I've reported on that testimony, and it's in the Michael Prophecies books. Pretty much all 7 books have something from her in there. All I know is that you get in huge, huge trouble if you make any noise, and especially if you cry. And I infer that damages a demon, if you're manifesting something, like if you're doing a seance and you want these creatures to appear, then yeah, it appears that what's happening is that everybody's got to stay silent at whatever they're witnessing, the atrocities they're witnessing in the room, and you're very, very severely punished and can even be kicked out forever if you can't keep it together in the middle of one of these ceremonies. This is a very real thing, and it appears that the energy of sorrow disrupts the continuity of whatever portal this entity uses to get in here. Rhonda Lee says, you look amazing. Tom Conrad says, I'm not here for the fashion show. That's right. You're not paying for the clothes. You're not paying for the hair. You're paying your time. You're paying in with your 2 eyeballs and paying attention with your 2 ears because you like what I have to say, and there's a darn good reason for that, because we are in a very interesting situation here. On the surface, this looks like it is this event that's going to happen in, my God, it's only a week and a half. But on a deeper level, this is much more profound than that. This is a cosmic trigger for a planetary event that is multidimensional. It is literally like the finale of some amazing sci-fi movie where at the end you start crying because the ETs come and there's all this light. That's what it is, folks. That's what's getting ready to happen. Wendy Lewis donated. Thank you very much. David Savage said it was illegal for women in Rome to cry at funerals. I didn't know that. Scott Opper, another long-term supporter, says, we love you, David. Johnny D's reminding all of you to hit the like button. Smash the like button. We're already up to 3,173 concurrent viewers. So go ahead and hit that like button. That will help even inaugurate the rock star status even more. But we're already at 3,000, over 3,000. We're only a little over 10 minutes in. So it's happening, folks. So yesterday was very bad. And, you know, there's probably a few haters who you're never going to see, thanks to my great team. They zap those hate comments in a split second as soon as they show up at the bottom. And we also have a great team on Twitter. We are getting attacked constantly by this one individual I've spoken of before. He has not stopped. But you're not going to see him either, because now before I ever post, I alert the team, and they start watching it constantly, every minute by minute, as soon as my post goes up. So as soon as he goes in, he just gets shot down. But, you know, he impersonated me recently, and he's done a lot of weird things. So, like, if you see anything crazy that's very, very hateful and toxic, you know it's not me, and you know who it is. We know who this guy is, and yes, we're going to deal with it. It's a shame that he won't stop, but, you know, he doesn't even care anymore whether anybody sees it or not. Anyway, I'm just pointing that out again to remind you that it has not gone away. We've just gotten really, really good at blocking it. And, you know, I feel bad for the guy, because it's kind of a waste of your life to spend so much time trying to hurt one person. But that's what he does. You know, that's his thing. So it's part of being a public figure. Everybody's got to go through it. And we've tightened up our team so that it's not a big deal. So anyway, he's not going to believe that this really happened. But I can assure you I am not joking when I say that I slipped and fell yesterday. It was probably part of this COVID fog thing. I don't know. But I was going to feed my turkeys, and I was mad. I admittedly was mad at these crows that had showed up, because the crows had tried to steal the turkeys' food. And so, yes, I wasn't swearing at them or cursing, but I was yelling at them and saying, go away, you know, because we had like 25 or 30 crows that are trying to steal this food that I put out for the turkeys. I have 2 turkeys who are kind of like the stragglers, and they got kicked out from the rest of the group, which at one point was up to 15 recently. I got films of that. They're big birds. I mean, it's kind of amazing having these pets. You know, they're kind of like my pets, even though they're wild. I feed them. They're very appreciative. They make all these beautiful little chirping noises. Whoop-a-whoop, whoop-a-whoop. That's one of the things that it sounds like. Whoop-whoop. That's another one. So I go out there and I feed them, and they're very affectionate. And there's 2 turkeys that show up early, and they don't like to be with the group. They got kicked out. There's one male that's going around trying to drive off people that weren't part of his original group. He doesn't really like the big family. I try to get him not to fight. Sometimes I yell at him and point at him. So anyway, I had gone out there, and I had given the turkeys some more food. There was only 2 of them. And this huge crow infestation was showing up. And I got mad, and I go away! You know, I'm yelling at him like that. And then all of a sudden, I am walking down the stairs to give them their last little bit of food and scare off the turkeys. And I'm in this, you know, what they call the brain fog. I mean, I don't know if that's the best word for it. I just call it a semi-delusional state, which today I'm really not having. I actually feel pretty good. But yesterday, I slipped going down the stairs, and I went back and looked because this became very important. It was only about a 6-inch drop, but I fell from 6 inches, and I stepped into, like, if you can imagine the front of your foot, you're stepping into the toe. Kristen Roll says, thank you for creating this space to share with us. Maybe they are ravens instead of crows, says Chris G. No, I think they are crows. There are some ravens, too. But anyway, I stepped into my foot perfectly, and I didn't even really think about this before, but just like your wrist, my massage therapist was recently telling me, yeah, there's 5 bones in the wrist, and we got some cracks in there. Well, dude, I landed on my foot, the toes and the ball of the foot, the whole top surface of the foot right here, if you want to think of it that way, not the heel and not the sole, but just the top. And I landed straight down on it from a 6-foot drop with my entire body weight, 6-inch drop. And all of the bones inside my ankle went pow, 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 pow. It was this explosive cracking. I know what you're thinking, right? Yeah, that sounds like you broke your freaking ankle. Yeah, well, I could tell that this was a chiropractic adjustment. I could tell that all the bones got spontaneously, like, realigned, but it hurt really bad, and so I ended up limping around for, like, the whole day. It was crazy. Lay Deplorable says, here I am blinging late. Well, you didn't miss anything yet. I'm just still kind of getting it going here because we like to let people into the room first. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. Ouch, says Ken Ash. And then Anita Smith says, I have quail who I feed. We got one born this year, a female. She meets me every morning for breakfast. I have probably 50 to 70 of them by now. That's amazing. Yeah, quails, dove and quail like to have little peppercorns. You can get that dove and quail food. That's one of the things. I did have quail when I was in Sedona. And I did also have quail when I was in LA, but I wasn't feeding them back then, but they would hang out in my yard. Quail are wonderful. They got this funny little thing on the top of their head. It's always bobbing around. They go, pee-pee, pee-pee, pee-pee. That's the sound they're apt to make. It's true. So anyway, it's been intense because I fell 6 inches down onto my foot, and I get this explosive bang, 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 like all this cracking in my ankle, you know, and it's like, whoa. It felt like an adjustment, but then I'm like hobbling around, limping around. I couldn't put any weight on it at all. I literally had to go get my cane. I do have a cane by the door because doing all this intense massage work, sometimes you get hit with something that hurts you so much that you just end up needing to go and walk on a cane because of some massage treatment that I got. The massages are very painful. We're up to 3,655 viewers right now, everybody. Isn't that amazing? So anyway, you know, this was not fun. This was a big pain in the leg, in the foot, and I was limping around and hobbling with ice on it for hours. But then in the course of what happened, I realized, like, okay, I got to do my show tomorrow. This had happened right after I'd gotten all my Alliance slides done. You know what that is if you watch previous weeks. If not, you'll find out. All the Alliance slides were done, but I had to get into the Michael time loop unsealing. And now all of a sudden, my ankle is blown out. I can barely stand or walk. I had to tie. The only thing I found in my drawer was an orange garbage bag. So I took 2 big freezer-sized Ziploc bags. I put ice inside the one in the middle. I do have an ice maker in my new freezer. So I threw ice in there, and I threw it on my foot. And I had to tie this big orange garbage bag around because I couldn't find rubber bands or anything else like that. You don't, and you know, you don't have the time to worry about what you're going to use when you're barely able to stand. You got to think of something fast. So I just used this orange, bright orange garbage bag, almost like a hazardous materials bag. It was crazy. So I limped around all night, you know, and it was, I had ice on it for hours until late at night, and then I called my dad, and as I did with the Angry Daddy impersonation, he thinks I got a broken ankle and I need to go to the hospital. And I'm like, well, it's not really that swollen. It's not really that bruised. There's a little bit of bruising and swelling I can see today, but it didn't look that bad. And I just kind of felt like, no, I think I'm pretty aware of what a chiropractic adjustment would feel like where I just crunched everything down and it went pow, 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 and it all kind of like realigned. Well, sure enough, folks, today I am 80% better. I have actually healed from this already for the most part. I mean, when you see me take my bathroom break here, I am probably going to limp a little bit, but it really does appear that the bones in my foot got messed up when I had that incident. As you may know, if you've watched my show, I fell off of Monkey Hill, the dreaded ski slope that was only for the brave. I dropped 30 to 50 feet straight down in a snow saucer, sitting with my legs crossed underneath me. And when I hit the ground, I landed right on my ankle, and I messed up my knee, and I messed up my hip, and I messed up my ankle. In fact, when I was on the massage table the second to last time, which was last Monday, we had a big freaking crack come out of my knee. Just pow. And it was maybe 2 weeks ago that I got a really big crack out of my right hip in the middle of the massage. Just pang, it just went. And then 2 nights ago, I was lying in bed doing the stretching my left leg way over to the side like this, way over to the side, and just kind of trying to relax it and let the knee go farther down into the mattress. And then bang, I got this big crack in my hip. So both of my hips have recently realigned. It's very exciting because that means that their range of motion is better. They're aligned into the socket a little bit better because the muscle tension is finally eased. So they were never quite all the way, the ball and the socket were not quite all the way joined together. So what was so strange, and what kind of made me think, I probably didn't break my leg, is that no sooner did this happen yesterday, and I'm in terrible pain, and I'm like, okay, I got my Alliance slides, but I got nothing else to go with. I've got to get all this new material into my show from the time loops. We'll talk about that in a minute. And sure enough, I start unsealing my time loops, and this event showed up repeatedly in the time loops. And you're going to see that. I'm going to read to you this very funny stuff. So yes, it's important to know that working with these higher forces is incredibly stringent and incredibly difficult. They do not give you a free rite of passage to do whatever you want to do and act however you want to act. It would appear that just getting mad at those crows, I'm on such a athletic spiritual timeline, that just letting myself get genuinely mad at the crows. I tried to throw a rock at one of them. Michael didn't like that, Archangel Michael, so I ended up with this weird karmic event that caused me lots of pain. And now it's like, all right, the crows are going to eat their food too, I guess. I can't really stop them. I just got to try to only feed enough to the turkeys when they show up. And then, if they leave a little bit on the ground and they walk off, I'm not going to get mad at the turkeys anymore because obviously I just nearly broke my ankle. I don't want to create any anger or any negative energy, So I sit down at the table and I'm unsealing this new 25-year time loop. In fact, I have these boxes. I forgot to get that right now, but I have the boxes right over here with all the cassettes in them. Because as you may already know, beginning in November 1996, I started to use remote viewing protocols. That's what was developed by the military in the 1970s with people like, trying to think of some of the names who were involved. Well, Harold Sherman, who wrote this book on ESP, on how to do ESP, that I began reading when I was 5 years old, and I continued to read it through age 7, and that's when I really began to practice the exercises. But yes, I was reading an adult book on ESP when I was 5 because I'd had this experience of, or maybe it was 7. I might not have read that book till I was 7, actually. Okay. But I had an out-of-body experience when I was 5 years old. We've got the pajamas. Yep, they're sitting around here in my bag, these tiny little pajamas for a little kid, which have a sinister aspect to them, as we've now found out, because it looks like there's an abuse scene on the shirt of this guy who's, you can kind of see him right there. It looks very gay. Let's just put it that way. There's a very gay scene on my pajamas from when I was 5 years old. And it looks now like, that might have been some kind of a signal. We looked at the fact that the name of the pajamas is Silville, like silver-haired devil, or silver evil, or something like that. Silville, S-I-L-V-I-L. And it had a weird royal crown on it as well. And then the cuffs are blood red colored. So this was the first clue that there might have been something very strange going on with me. We've called it the parallel lifetime. And I'm not going to get all into that again because it is upsetting stuff. I mean, it appears that I was taken in a military government program on UFOs that they made themselves, introduced to various extraterrestrials, and put through incredible torture and agonizing abuse of every variety, including the worst types. And we've had many shows. There's at least 4 shows I did where I showed you pictures I drew from my childhood. But they did a really good job because you would never believe that this really happened to you. But I just documented my dreams, and I wrote all these things down, and I drew pictures, and I wrote poems. And now that I've got all that documentation, I put it all together. It's like, whoa, you know, maybe something did happen. I mean, thankfully, it never... There's no absolute proof that this happened to me. It's all still essentially subjective, but the subjective evidence is very remarkable. And so it appears that I went through some really weird stuff as a kid that was very dark and evil and was UFO-oriented. And then because I was ungovernable and I would not participate the way they wanted me to, I got kicked out in junior high. And then I never really was brought in again. That can happen. And I started to have memories that were very strong of traumatic experiences. And I realized, you know what, I can never prove that this really happened to me, but I need to process the grief as if it did. And it was only then that I realized that there was this certain level of ongoing PTSD and angst and pain that was in my subconscious, like you get from a past life. You know, you find out that people have this terrifying fear of fire or this terrifying fear of drowning, or in my case as a kid, there was a terrifying fear of falling. And then you get them in touch with a really good hypnotic regression therapist. You hypnotize them and you find out, oh, you actually had a past life where you died in that fire, or you drowned in that lake, or you fell off of that bridge. And it's only once people experience the idea that, okay, that's why I have this weird irrational fear, is that I have this leftover halo of something bad that happened to me. Well, my leftover halo was satanic. It appears that wherever I was taken, that there was really, really bad stuff going on that involved all the darkest things that I started to hear about years later. When I would be on certain psychedelic medications and I'd look at the US dollar and I'd look at the back and I'd see that pyramid with the all-seeing eye, as I saw the all-seeing eye, it was like my whole world was going to fall apart. Everything started to feel like it was getting peeled apart, and I'd have this intense energy and this powerful, like, terror as I looked at that symbol. And so I've processed it as if it were something that really happened. My therapist has confirmed that it appears that abuse happened to me, though there's no evidence of any of it in my normal life. And in my book, Ascension Mysteries, we talk about how I had these hypnotic events growing up as a kid where I'd wake up in the middle of the night, I'd get dressed like I was going to go to school. This was a few times a year. And then I'd open up the door and it would be all dark outside, and I'd be like, oh, I guess I don't have to go to school. But I'd never notice what time it was on the clock. It was like I was under a post-hypnotic suggestion. I've been able to heal all of this stuff now, and so many years later, it appears that the cosmic ET connections, that part of the experience, it wasn't all bad. I was allowed to meet with human ETs that were benevolent Christian angelic beings. That was part of the deal. So it wasn't like I was just going through miserable, horrible things all the time. I had extensive meetings with positive angelic ETs. I guess that's part of what is given to you when you go through this. You know, it's sort of like the universe's way of balancing the horror of what you went through. But I found out in October 2021, there is no space without Satan, quote unquote. If you think you were abducted, if you think Greys picked you up, if you think you were taken on board their ship, yes, the typical experiencer, contactee profile, we've all heard about it. The Greys pick you up. You get some type of probing health inspection. They might give implants into you. And then a lot of the people in the, not the Bud Hopkins stuff, because that's really the company-oriented CIA fear stuff. But then in the other one, which was Dr. John Mack, people would have this contact with intelligent infinity, or what in the law of one, we would call it the logos. They have this incredible, blissed out, I'm trying to remember what the word is. There's a really beautiful word for it. It's not apotheosis, but it's a word that it might have an E in it, or it starts with an E or something like that. I'll think of it in a minute. But anyway, you have this contact with the light, and that's another thing that in the John Mack books, they report positive spiritual experiences associated with abduction, not just negative ones. But I think there's also a whole subculture of MyLabs, military abductions, and what's that really all about? And it turns out, if you've been through MyLabs, you almost certainly were brought into these ceremonies, because that's what they do. They take you on board a craft that's actually man-made, but was designed off of these crash discs. It turns out that these Greys are very involved in Satanism. That's their main thing. That's what they're here to teach. That's what they taught to Aleister Crowley in the form of Aiwass and Lam. The Lam is the original Grey from 1917. Crowley drew a picture of him. He's got a big head. He looks exactly the same, except his eyes are a little smaller, which might have been something the being projected to Crowley so that it looked a little bit more accessible, because the buggy insect eyes are really scary. So apparently the story goes that Lam taught Crowley how to do these ceremonies where you summon demons and you actually get to see them visually, at least if you're hallucinating properly on whatever drugs they've given you or that you're taking. So yeah, it would appear that I went through stuff like this, and we'll show you a couple of those pictures again today. But I got out. I escaped in junior high school, and when I was in, I also had contact with benevolent angelic beings who then continued to reach out to me in lucid dreams. And I had very interesting things happen, and then I felt like there had to be something to UFOs, and in my sophomore year of college, a good friend of mine came in one day and was all freaked out, and he told me that it's considered common knowledge, according to his physics professor, who was the head of the department. It was common knowledge in NASA at the higher echelons that UFOs are real, Roswell was real, and there was only 3 major types of beings that he knew about at the time, which was Greys, some of which had a helmet that looked like a Grey, but underneath was a monstrosity. And I took the monstrosity to probably be reptilian. That would appear to be what it was. And then there's real Greys, and then there's human types. I heard early along in my career on this that some of these human type ETs look just like us, but the iris color might be a beautiful deep purple, like a violet. And that they might have sort of a diagonal, like a diamond-shaped pupil, not like a vertical slit, reptilian looking, but that where ours would be round, it's actually like a diamond, and you can see that if you look up close. And these are angelic beings, they're benevolent beings. We had another donation here. That would be Kenneth Bates coming in with the red one, which means it's a big one. That's $100. Thank you very much, Kenneth. And he says, David, stay strong for all of us. And I just blew my nose on camera. So that's very rude in Japan. You're not supposed to blow your nose in front of other people. Sorry about that. Well, if any Japanese are here, arigatou gozaimasu. Or no, what do I have to say? Anyway, I apologize. Arigato is thank you. But there's other ways to say you're sorry in Japanese. I'm just not thinking of it right now. It's been a long time. I might be going there again pretty soon. But anyway, I ended up having a very interesting contact that came about as a result of, I had this UFO disclosure. I found out that fiber optic cables, LED lights were all made from UFO technology, computer chips, infrared night vision, Kevlar, Velcro, Teflon. The real foundation of solid-state transistors, which led to small radios that you could hold in your hand instead of a big old cabinet with vacuum tubes in it, all of that stuff came about because of this extraterrestrial Roswell endowment beginning in 1947. And it turns out now there's actually other crashes before then. So it would appear that somebody deliberately crashed these ships to allow us to get our hands on this technology so that we would have the internet by, the year 2024, here we are, that I can be giving you this show that has, multiple camera angles, high production value, and streaming it on the internet, and you get to watch it, and it's not part of any type of dominated system. This is all my own content. It's whatever I want to talk about. I don't answer to anybody. That's why I don't sell most types of ads. I just have the basic advertising thing turned on. I've been living off of that, as you know. But if I got into, pre-roll and mid-roll, where I spend time during the show talking about other people's products, I could bag, tens of thousands of dollars a month, if not six figures. Literally. That's true. Because of the amount of viewership that I have, but I've knowingly turned that money down because I don't want my advertisers telling me what to say or not to say. And they tell me that won't happen, but then they want you to get hooked on it. And then once you're hooked on it, they say, David, we really need you to stop. So I've seen this happen to others in the field. Everybody seems to be in this, and you get addicted to that money. So I only sell my own products and just the minimum basic ads. And so I've had a much less income. I did get demonetized. But thankfully, when I did make good money, I invested in Stavati Aerospace, and we just had some very interesting stuff happening where Chris was out there overseas, and he closed some amazing deals. So that is a company that's going to build the Area 51 technology out in the open. It couldn't come from any of the normal defense contractors because they've all been hiding this stuff since Roswell. They got pieces of technology that was reported in the day after Roswell, which was William J. Burns and Colonel Philip Corso wrote that book. It's amazing. And when I found that book in 1997, I was dazzled because I had gotten the same information given to me in 1993. I'd spent 4 years digging this stuff up, going through the library, reading about UFOs, started to get online in late 1995, started to listen to Art Bell, the top show on the radio, 20 million listeners live at night. That was incredible numbers. And then, of course, 1997, out comes day after Roswell. 4 years after I'd gotten these briefings, I'd already started to write about it on my website, actually on Richard C. Hoagland's discussion forum. I didn't have a website till 99. But I'd written in the forum in 96 about this stuff happening to me, that I'd heard about these briefings, Teflon, Velcro, computer chips, LED lights, laser beams, were all from UFOs. And so but then also, remember, there's other stuff that they didn't let us have. They developed it in secret. This would be the military-industrial complex. Now we're talking about anti-gravity. We're talking about free energy, where you can just draw off of gravity like a water wheel, and it powers your devices. There's this interesting law of physics where if you can create a little piece of ball lightning, that it actually has anti-gravity inside of it, and it actually creates energy in a much higher amount than what it takes to make the thing appear. So that's really the secret, is this ball. And I had a beautiful, beautiful Ascension dream the other night where I was creating these balls of light, and they had like a fisheye lens distortion around them. You could get people to look inside. You could project things in there for them to see. And I could then take the ball and stretch it out into this beautiful ropes of lightning that looked sort of like the Aurora Borealis. And I was doing this in the room that I grew up in, my childhood living room in the house I grew up in. And this thing was spinning all over the room and creating this incredible light show. I mean, honestly, it was one of the best dreams I've ever had in my life. And it was telling me that the more exposure you have to hurricane force winds, the more power you're going to be able to have to do this stuff when the time comes that we get the first wave of ascension. So I've spent 13 years in the highest altitude of Los Angeles, 2,500 feet above sea level. We had Santa Ana winds, which were horrific. And so all winter is you're hearing all this wind. And now I live in the high mountains of 8,600 feet altitude here in Colorado. And it's inevitable when you're at the highest altitude that you get really bad wind. So this dream, and I've also been through multiple hurricanes. So this dream was showing me that it's not a bad thing to be exposed to wind. Thank God it isn't happening today while I'm doing my show. That's really nice. I don't like, all the noise, but again, it was showing me that the more of that wind that happens, the more it charges up your ability in the future to do telekinesis and really cool stuff. So now I'm not going to begrudge the wind as much. And I definitely am not going to use noise-canceling headphones anymore. As I said, I got hyperacusia, which is this, Your ears become very highly attuned to sounds, and so do not use noise-canceling headphones. It's really bad for you, because then when you don't have them on, everything in the background is much louder and you can't tune it out anymore. So I'm doing a lot better. I can tune out background noise again. But anyway, after getting this NASA disclosure and after finding out that, okay, UFOs are real, they crashed at Roswell, all this technology, 4 years of research, you can imagine how blown away I was when Day After Roswell came out in 1997, which was the 50-year anniversary of Roswell. And it's like, oh my God, this is all the stuff that I was already told from the NASA briefing, but more, and it's officially being disclosed after I'd already said some of the same stuff on Hoagland's Forum in 96. That to me was an astounding confirmation that the information I'd been given was actually true. And it was also in 96 that I began reading The Law of One, which was revealed teachings brought through intuitively by a woman named Carla Rucker, with the questioner asking the questions being Dr. Don Elkins. And as I've said in many, many other shows, this was a profound awakening for me to start reading these books in January 96, and it tied together all these things that I thought were original discoveries about sacred geometry, what were the crop circles showing me, about cycles of time, that there's a 25,000-year cycle affecting the Earth, and at the end of the cycle, there's a quantum leap. Some type of solar flash occurs. The sun gives off a bright flash of light, which can be very catastrophic to life on Earth. And that was actually the solution to understanding why the Bible says there's going to be a rapture or an Armageddon, that they talk about the possibility of catastrophic disasters involving maybe asteroids, maybe comets. It looks bad. I mean, there's a lot of biblical prophecies that sound really bad. And then what I realized from reading Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, is that it's 35 ancient cultures all over the world predicting catastrophic events at the end of the age. The age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces turning into the age of Aquarius, which was supposed to be in astrology around 2012. That's the age of Aquarius when it begins, which also happened to be the year of the Mayan calendar end date, clear on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. So I got really nervous and I was worried about Earth changes, and there was an Edgar Cayce prophecy that you probably have heard many times. It said in 1998, the greater part of California will go into the sea. It's like, holy crap. You know, that doesn't sound good at all. Sounds like California is going to sink. Other Cayce readings associated this year, 1998, that with the sinking of California would come the second coming of Christ. Well, it turns out that Cayce was channeling the wrong entity. It was Halaliel. And the reason why, we ultimately find out Halaliel is a name for Satan, actually. And he didn't know this. The people in his circle didn't know this. I found it online at some point. Oh, that's one of the names for the devil. So Cayce got the wrong channel. He got the wrong information, which can happen to anybody. I mean, most of his readings are great. But it was Halaliel that said that California was going to sink in 1998, and it wasn't true. Halaliel was trying to structure people's minds to believe that so that it would manifest. We're going to have a reading that talks about that prophecy and why it didn't come true. Because, again, 1998-99, I was expecting that California was going to sink. I had moved to the Edgar Cayce safety land of Virginia Beach, which his readings had said would be safe from this catastrophe in 1998 that would involve tsunamis, apparently sweeping across America. I did not want to get swept up in that. I believed it was going to happen. I moved to Virginia Beach. Such was my belief in the Cayce prophecies, because by then, by October 97, when I moved to Virginia, I'd been having these Cayce-style readings myself, and then I start to find out, oh my God, I've got the same face that Cayce did when he was my age. When I got to Virginia, I found out I had the same astrology as he did, and I'm doing readings similar to him, starting in November 96. I'd read The Law of One beginning in January 96. I'd had 4 years of UFO research. I read something like 500 books, listening to Art Bell, devouring this stuff online. And then during 1996, I started to have these dreams where UFOs were showing up, and in one case, they dropped the phone down, and the phone started ringing. Then I had another case where I could see a ghost and talk to this ghost, but the ghost said, nobody else can hear me but you, so why don't you listen to what I say and then dictate it into a tape recorder, and then other people will be able to hear my words. Well, it was later in the year. Art Bell was having on various people talking about remote viewing. This included Dr. Courtney Brown, who wrote the amazing book Cosmic Voyage. In an Appendix 2 of Cosmic Voyage, he laid out the protocols for military remote viewing, which supposedly screens out your conscious mind so that you can pick up this floating, bubbly data that's in the background. It seems like it's your imagination. When you're deeply meditating, you have complete thoughts, complete visual images, emotional impressions, and in some case words that will show up in your mind. It might sound like somebody's talking in the background. You can't really make it out. I started listening to that stuff very deliberately with an intense focused meditation using the remote viewing protocols described by Courtney Brown, who had been on Art Bell. And I also met up with Joe Mason, who had his own website, greatdreams.com. And he was on the Hoagland Forum as well, and he had all this stuff about crop circles and synchronicity, and I was into synchronicity, and I was into dreams, and he had amazing stuff on dreams. And he said the ultimate dream practice is the dream voice. When you first wake up in the morning and you can remember what your dreams said, you listen for this background chatter, and you write it down without analyzing anything. And that was the main part of the remote viewing protocol too, is you don't analyze it. You don't have any emotional impressions. You don't need to go to the bathroom, either number one or number two. You can't be hungry. You can't be thirsty. You can't be too tired. You go into a deep state of meditation, light as a feather, stiff as a board. And in that state of meditation, you listen to the background chatter. You do not try to understand it. If you do understand it, that's bad. You want to get your mind so far out of the way that you don't pay any attention to what it says. And it's the same skill, actually, that you need to cultivate if you're going to meet celebrities. I met rock stars backstage with my father. And we're going to have a picture from Metallica when we were at Metallica. We met Metallica back when they had the And Justice for All tour. You don't want to act excited when you're around rock stars. If you do, they'll cut you off and walk away. You can't get excited. You got to act totally neutral and like you don't even care. And that's what they want. That's what they hunger for, because everybody comes up to them and gets excited, and they don't like that, actually. Almost everybody is the same. So it's exactly the same thing you got to do when you're doing this remote viewing protocol. You don't get excited. Whatever it says, you try not to listen to it. You just try to get the words and document them. First I did it in writing, then I did it through a tape recorder. I actually have it right here. As I've showed you guys before, this is the tape recorder that I use to capture all of my readings. You can still see the cassette mechanism in there. The buttons broke off. The record button broke off, so I'd always have to hit it with my finger really precisely. But all of the readings, all the Michael Prophecies, were done on this little handheld cassette recorder. And I still have it. So, I wouldn't have saved it most likely if it wasn't such a... I mean, it's broken now. It doesn't even run. But I wouldn't have saved it if I hadn't had such profound experiences. So I start to do the dream voice technique as described to me by Joe Mason using remote viewing protocols, and all of a sudden I've got some sort of cosmic, angelic human talking to me that's very Christian, and I wasn't. In fact, I kind of was put off by all the Christianity at first. Only years later now does it really make sense. We're already up to 4,712 people. It's like trying to catch a speck of dust in a still room that says lay deplorables. That's a good analogy, yeah. So look, this really happened. These prophecies were verifiable and provable. And there was a lot of really cool stuff happening back in the day. I kept posting to Richard Hoagland's discussion forum, and we get triple-digit synchronicities in the weirdest ways. Repeating digits on clocks is one of the signatures of this ET contact. And again, I get it. There are people who haven't been through this. If you have a psychopathic mind, if your mind has had these 17 regions affected, 14 or 15 of them shut down, frontal lobe shut down, you're probably never going to have this psychic contact. And they're just going to laugh and mock and smear and say that David is crazy and he's a con artist. No, look, the proof in the pudding is in the eating, and this produced prophetic data that you cannot ignore because it's actually accurately describing events that hadn't happened yet. And then when it turns out that my life dovetailed with that of Cayce, well, he was the greatest example. So all of this came into view again because I started doing these tapes in 1996. I started making cassette tapes with this remote viewing protocol, doing the dream voice. And I did it for all of all of 97, all of 98, all of 99, and then it started to wear off in 2000. I got into a relationship that was very dysfunctional. We were both arguing all the time, and that negative energy kind of removed the connection. So I only had it sporadically after that, and I was worried about it too, because it said in the Cayce readings that the reason why this halaliel, this negative entity, said that California was going to sink in 98, and then obviously it didn't happen, was because Cayce had gotten too mad at his haters. He had people shoving penknives under his fingernails when he was in trance, and he didn't wake up. And they were willing to do outrageous things to try to debunk him. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Well, because he got too mad at these people, he ended up having, we have a donation here that's Sebitzu F. Ron, and he donated $50. Your first super chat on a live stream. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Really appreciate it. So, getting back to the story, I did these readings in the end of 96, from November 10th onward, 97, 98, 99, and the first half of 2000. And now that's 7 books called the Michael Prophecies. But what happened is I had been living at a farm, and he was going through a divorce. The guy that ran the farm was going through a divorce. He was in a lot of emotional pain. He ended up shaving his head and ended up kicking me out in late March. And I was very depressed, very distraught. I had to finally get my own place because he was helping me, and I lived in his barn. It was an apartment in the barn, and I was doing a lot of work for him. I mean, I certainly think I paid my own way in terms of rent. But then he ultimately told me that as I created my website in February 1999, that my success was drawing him away from himself. When I finally went back and unsealed these tapes in Canada, one of the last ones that had to be unsealed was when he kicked me out. And that was what he told me, was that my success was drawing him away from himself. So no sooner do I go online, I have a website, I start getting much bigger view counts than I thought I would. He couldn't handle it. Maybe it was jealousy. I don't know. I still love the guy, but he kicked me out. And so at the beginning of April, I was homeless and I had to find a new place to live. And I did. I got in there. But I was so emotionally depressed that I spent a few weeks just in grief, and I ended up getting a big backlog of cassette tapes from January 10th, 96 through until the end of March. There were a few that I transcribed here and there because I got excited about what they had to say. One after I saw the movie The Matrix. Another one was on February 23rd, 1999, or somewhere around there. Anyway, I left behind 15 cassette tapes. And this is where the 25-year time loops are coming from, is that, believe it or not, the whole January through March period has 15 tapes that I hadn't transcribed before. It's actually a total of 19. If you include 2004, I found 19 cassettes. And when I went to Canada, I had 4 of them, which were the 4 that I hadn't transcribed yet. But then, just a couple days ago, I realized that I have 15 cassettes that I've never transcribed from January through March of 1999. Wouldn't you know that just like with everything else that happens with Michael, I'm in a time loop where as soon as I start transcribing the tape, it's describing what's happening to me now. And this would happen back when I was first doing it in 96, 97, 98, 99. It was remarkable. Every single time I started transcribing, there were tie-ins to things that had happened to me right before I sat down. And you can laugh and think this is BS, but I mean, it's provable. I've written many books on this. The Michael Prophecies are now 7 books of all this compiled data, because what I found out was that when I began really reading all this stuff, starting in October of 2021, and then especially after my divorce and beginning in 2022, it was like, holy crap, it's talking about COVID. It's talking about the treatments that people got for that. It's talking about who's president. It's talking about, Biden, Kamala, Obama, Trump. I mean, everybody. The Afghanistan war, the Israeli war. And again, there is no denying it. If you read this stuff, it's not ambiguous. These prophecies are on the nose. And they're very, very amazing. And they do use hypnotic language, dream language in many cases. But you're going to get some brand new stuff today that isn't even in the Michael Prophecies. So that's right. Even if you've read the Michael Prophecies, now that I've got 19 new tapes in the last 2 weeks of the show, if you've been watching, I've been unsealing, 2 of these things. And by the way, the one that I read to you in the first week that I said was from February 23rd, 1999. Turns out I was wrong about the date. I went back and audited that and tried to figure out where it fits. It actually was from June 23rd, 1998. So I do have to go back and fix those dates. I'm actually going to have to now make a Michael Prophecies Book 8 because I got a total of 19 new cassettes. They're 90 minutes each, and it's a lot of material that I've never seen before. And as I read it, it's talking to me in the present. And so, as I said here, I had feared I'd broken my ankle. I'd fallen, and limping and hobbling, ice on it for hours. Now, miraculously, I'm 80% better, and I kind of anticipated I would be okay because as I was unsealing everything yesterday to build this show for you today, I had crazy time loops about hurting my foot that you'll see. I mean, they're unambiguous. So I don't really give any credit to haters. It's like, yeah, you can have an opinion. You can say that this is fake and I'm a con artist or whatever, but the prophecies stand on their own, and they've attracted the attention of the Alliance, which is very significant. They believe me. So that really counts. That's a huge endorsement. It's come all the way from the top. And we've seen this many times. So this business of falling on my foot was very painful and frightening. And it also came at the end, as I said, of over having 40 days of long COVID. So here I am, I'm finally getting better, and then I fall on my foot, crunch, 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 goes all this stuff, and then my dad's like, oh, you might have broken your ankle. I'm like, oh my God. And I didn't know. I mean, throughout most of yesterday when I was building this show, I didn't know if I was going to have a broken ankle and have to go to the hospital. I don't even know if they could do anything for it or not, maybe get an MRI, whatever, I don't know. X-ray, that kind of thing. But it seems like I'm okay because now all of a sudden I'm walking just fine. But I've also been through this crazy sickness where I had to sleep 10 hours a day. So I've been going through personal initiations at the same time that we have a very intense global initiation going on. And we got UFO Mark II. Congratulations on 500,000 subscribers. Here's to 500,000 more. Woot woot. You donated $5. And we're almost up to, we're at 4,820 viewers already. And then CBK Wahoo says, I'm looking to doing gateway experience with frequencies, Brother Robert Monroe Institute. Yes, I did. In fact, I did use the Monroe tapes early along as I was starting to get into this remote viewing, reading stuff. And those tapes did help me to a degree in getting into trance. But then I found out that the binaural synchronization thing, as they call it, where they play a slightly different frequency in each ear, it causes your brain to start having these beat frequencies in it as it tries to resolve the difference between the two ears. That to me started to feel too forceful, and I was better off doing it manually just through meditation. I didn't need the crutches or the training wheels of the tapes, but the Monroe tapes will help you. I mean, it's if you haven't had this before, if you haven't gotten into a really, really deep trance before where you're light as a feather, stiff as a board, where you can't open your eyes, they're glued shut, you can't really even move, but that's where you got to get get this dream voice technique to work properly. And it really does. If you use the remote viewing protocols, there's a long-standing scientific criteria that you get 99% accuracy if you do it right. And it looks like I did it right. And it looks like Archangel Michael's very proud of me for this. And it really does appear that, these 15 tapes, which is a total of 19 actually, were all left behind for me to discover today, right now, as we're about to head into November. And there's very scary stuff going on. There's global initiations going on here. So the personal initiation is me being sick and then thinking I might have broken my ankle. When the time loop starts to talk about my foot injury, I figured, okay, it's probably not broken. I'll be fine. And now today I'm walking around pretty well. But we are very concerned about what's going to happen. It's only a week and a half away now. Very concerned about what's going to happen because it looks like it's going to be a total landslide, way too big for anybody to fiddle around with it and change the outcome the way that they would otherwise want to. And again, if you've been watching my other shows, then I keep telling you that if you are a television junkie, and if that's where you're getting your news from, you have no idea about anything that's really going on. The big picture is an organized evil group that's been in charge for a long time. It's seized power over all of the traditional media that we've seen. There's 5 big corporations involved in that, and they're pumping out propaganda. They have various ceremonies in which they're showing you fire and people wearing devil horns covered in blood and demonic beings and all this kind of stuff. And that's actually because it took me many years of hearing about this from insiders before I really was able to believe them and take them seriously. This is what the elite, so-called elite, practice. This is nothing new. This has been going on since the time of Rome and Carthage and Babylon, and the Babylonian gods will show up for you, Baal or Baal and Moloch. You know, there's other ones as well. If you read certain old spell books, or grimoires as they're called, and you practice the ceremonies as they instruct, and you draw the thing on the floor, and you wear the right costumes and masks and candles and stuff, and you do the right chanting, then guess what? You're going to have this ghost appear as some type of demonized creature that looks really terrifying. It's a being of pure horror, as I said. This is going to become common knowledge. It's going to become as common and everyday as 1 + 1 = 2, that there was a group in power on Earth and that this is what they were doing, is practicing this stuff. They keep it very, very secret. They'd have these very tight races against, you know, left versus right, Republican versus Democrat, but nobody would ever talk about what was really going on. And what's really going on is they want to get rid of a lot of people. That's why they had nuclear war. They wanted to nuke the planet. They had these vast underground cities that they built, deep underground military bases, or DUMBs, with bullet train tunnels linking them together. They were going to hide out down there, incinerate the surface of the planet, get rid of everybody, and come out once everything goes away. And that's why later on they came out with neutron bombs, which only destroy human beings, but don't, and biological life, but don't destroy any buildings or technology that's lying around, so they can go get everything, and the radiation wears off quickly. Well, there's been a protective force. This is one of the really cool things about ufology, is that there are benevolent, angelic, human ETs. They look just like us, but they might be glowing if you see them. They're very telepathic. You get this incredible high when you're around them. It's a bliss consciousness that they create. And these beings have been preventing nuclear war, and they will continue to do so. So don't feel afraid that the planet is about to get nuked. We're in this very scary thing, which appears on the surface to be 2 people running against each other, 1 male and 1 female, for the presidency. If that's what you think this is, you're totally misinformed. The guy who's running is actually a figurehead for something I call the Alliance, which is coming out of the military. And so now they said this. Let's look at this for a second. This is really scary. Let's zoom in on it even closer. You can see it had 138,000 views. It says 3 national security sources, and by the way, this is a military source that's been very accurate, linked in with what I call the Alliance. The U.S. military is defeating this evil force, and they want to expose it to us, and they're doing it as peacefully as possible so that the planet doesn't get destroyed. 3 national security sources have confirmed that intelligence agencies widely anticipate a nationwide 2001-style cyber attack against the U.S. right around the 5th. And remember, 2001 style means this would be a very big, very damning, very crippling thing. Oh, well, nobody can vote because it turns out that there's no electricity. So, you know, they're telling us to look for this. They're telling us to brace for this. And I talked to my father, and he is absolutely, from, you know, watching corporate television, worried about major, major disruptions as we head into November. He absolutely expects that something is going to happen. So again, right around November the 5th, we're looking at major, major cyber attacks nationwide, and it's got this 2001 style, so that sounds really bad. So who knows what's going to happen? I don't know, but now we're a week and a half away from this. If enough people can get out and actually cast what they want to do and make their voice heard, I expect it's going to be almost instantaneous, massive, massive red wave, unavoidable, which, you know, the entire apparatus does not want. The entire apparatus, it's got its fingers into social media, it's got its fingers into all the electronic forms of communication that we're using to talk to each other. Got some donations here. They don't want this to happen. Jill Bates, readings from Jill and Pam, LTNS. I had to rewind. You are killing me with Trama, LMAO. I know this is the wrong timing when you're going through a serious moment. Well, no, I like to laugh. You can't take yourself too seriously when you do this stuff. And again, that's another part of how I keep myself human and humble, is by not coming out here and acting like I'm a big shot or a savior of humanity or whatever. But there's very interesting things going on. This contact in the 90s that I experienced through remote viewing is paying off in the now. And all of the things that are happening right now as we head into November, this is the big moment, because once the alliance, which is behind the man running, once they get back in power, now you're going to see arrests. Now you're going to see, you know, the emergency messaging system on your phone. There might be military activity in the streets, depending on where you live. My father is so terrified of this, he barely even will allow me to talk about it. This thought of this guy who he hates so much that he's been built up to think is Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Pol Pot all mixed together. Oh my God, if he's behind something and they're gonna start arresting people, there's nothing more terrifying than that. Well, people like my dad are going to have to deal with this. They're not going to like it probably. They're going to be really traumatized. And that's where you come in, that you can talk to them and say, look, I've been hearing this. I've been watching David's show. I know we've been expecting this for years. David's been talking about it publicly since 2009. It could have happened during the Obama administration. It could have been a force majeure hard coup. It didn't go that way. Instead, they got 45. They convinced him to run. He was independently wealthy. He was not subject to special interests. And this is the real reason why, as I've said so many times, why does the media keep coming after this guy? Because he's not just one person. He's the figurehead of the military that is working to expose them and expose that they are actually engaged in these very dark practices. And they do it all the time. They're doing it constantly. And that's why you see all these people missing. 325,000 missing, right? We've talked about that. This is because they need victims to do these ceremonies properly. That's what's going on, folks. It's really dark. It's really horrible. And it makes a big mess when they're doing it, as you can imagine. These are really horrific things. But anyway, they are going to be exposed, and the whole world will change, because it sounds like some cheesy horror movie. Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me that the people running the planet are freaking doing all this stuff? Bull S. I don't even believe it. This is nonsense. No. It's as serious as a heart attack, and whether you believe it or not, they're doing it. They believe it, and that's what matters, is that they are actively practicing this and people are being hurt and killed. So, we are about to see events that will rock you to your core. You're going to find out UFOs are real. You're going to find out that it's been covered up for, the last 75 years plus. You're going to find out that there was this evil group in control. You're going to find out that they practice these dark things and that they actually have been lying to you about everything. Their real goal has been to create as much misery and suffering as possible and to get rid of as many people as possible, whether it's nuclear, whether it's through disease, whether it's through tricking you into taking something that you shouldn't have taken, whether it's through economic collapse, whether it's through enforced famine, whether it's through mega hurricanes that they create and steer on their own. Doesn't matter what they're doing. The objective is the same, which is get the numbers down. Insiders who believed in this talked to me at various points and said, the earth has a flea problem and we want the dog to shake off its fleas. That's how they look at us. Yeah, it's really upsetting stuff. And I get that. And yeah, maybe you're too scared to listen to this, but hey, we got 5,151 people here. You're not scared. You're still with me. Somebody like my dad can barely even handle talking about this, honestly. So yeah, are we going to have this type of cyber attack? It's entirely possible. And then with their own briefing source that they do on TG, that particular app, they only have made 2 posts in the last week. This is the stuff that's usually too hot for X. They've kind of tapered back on it this week. But the first one was this weird black glove that kind of reminds me of the Guy Fawkes idea, if you know what that is. And it's tipping these dominoes. And I think this means that they are starting the domino effect, and the final big awakening, the big reveal, the big arrest is going to happen. The second one after this was on the 25th, and it's talking about WikiLeaks, and there's now full operational control. So again, this implies that some part of what we're about to get is going to be massive new data dumps, and once they come out, it's going to be everybody's going to try to, read that stuff as quick as they can and figure out what the heck is going on. So, this is a very intense war behind the scenes, and what appears to be going on, if you're somebody like my dad who hasn't been really paying attention, you're just waking up to this, is that the military has vast amounts of surveillance capabilities, such as through the NSA, which we now believe is a good agency. Actually, they were exposed by the enemy in the stuff that happened in 2013. That was intended to cripple their ability to fight this war because they need that capability. So they have so much surveillance capability that nobody can keep anything a secret. Whatever the heck the enemy is trying to do, it's intercepted and captured. All of their communications are compromised. As I've said before, if you had the right type of technology, you could shine a laser beam. They have this. You could shine a laser beam onto the surface of this glass of water sitting next to me, and even if I'm in a SCIF, a sensitive compartment information facility, where you're supposedly not be able to hear anything, you can put a laser on the windows or a laser on the surface of the water, and you can translate the vibrations of the water into audio and understand exactly what I'm saying. So any of these people out there who think that part of this negative stuff, that they're operating in secret, that nobody knows what they're talking about, that they're planning something, it's going to be evil. No, there is nowhere they can go. They can't do it with handwritten notes. They can't do it in a secret room. They can't do it anywhere where they're not going to be heard and their plans are not going to be intercepted. So what's been happening is that in all in covert 007 James Bond style fashion, the military has been figuring out exactly what they're trying to do to try to create mass casualties, mass chaos on Earth, and stopping them from doing it, while at the same time on the surface playing a game that everything's normal, because they don't have control of the media. They can't openly tell you what they're going to do yet. And so they've got to keep a lighthearted attitude, and one of the things that they did here was they had good old 45 out there serving fries at what could now be called McDonald's. I'm loving it, right? Oh my God, that's fun. So many memes came out. It turns out that this was the biggest Google search ever in like the last number of years. It was really funny, seeing him serving French fries, basically what many people consider to be the most menial job. Working for McDonald's, it's literally like a joke. It's McJobs, right? If you have a low-paying job, it's a McJob. I didn't come up with that, but that's just what's out there. So here he went and took the most menial job people consider to exist. He served French fries, and oh my God, it was all staged. Well, yeah, he's had all these attempts on his life. Yeah, they're not going to just let somebody show up who might be, concealed carry in their car and just try to blow him away because, oh, this is my big chance to get rid of the new Hitler, So, no, they're not going to let it be natural. But the point was, it was the biggest search in years, created all these really, really hilarious memes. And then within the same week, on Friday, and they told us over and over again, look for Friday, he goes on the biggest show, which some people estimate reaches up to 3 billion people. And the last I saw it on YouTube, it had, I think it was up to 27 million views. And then with all the listeners that he has, this was absolutely gigantic. And again, when he has the chance to speak in a long-form interview like this, and it's not the television telling you what to think and trolling the hell out of him, you realize he's very articulate, he's very capable, and it sure does look like it's going to be a huge landslide. But again, As soon as he's got that election victory in hand, the military may start to do their thing. And again, this could become something where all of these seemingly disconnected elements snowball together, and all of a sudden your phone gives off a squelching noise, and it's telling you not to go outside, and it's showing you these movies, because that's part of what it can do. And the movies are going to blow the whole lid off of this for everybody. And the world will never be the same. It's not going to be fun. You're going to get traumatized. You're probably going to cry. It's going to make you very sad. But everybody needs to know that this exists so that we can stop it from happening. Because if it went the other way in November, then this is a person who is exactly what they need, exactly what this group needs. She's going to do what they say. They've got her compromised. They've got all sorts of material on her they could use against her. She's not going to say no. She's going to carry out the agenda as their marionette, if you want to look at it that way. And so this is what I truly believe. I feel sorry for people who've bought into this narrative and think that she's going to help in any way. It's like, well, she's already had all this time to do her thing. We see what she's doing. But what's really fascinating with all these time loops is that it appears that my life has been designed to build up to this moment that we're now in. What's happening in a week and a half on November the 5th, it's like my whole life has been building up to this, because maybe during that day or very soon afterwards is when the alliance is going to finally reveal itself to humanity. You're going to find out this guy was not running in a bubble. He's not running on his own. He had a massive, massive coalition behind him that is very much saving the world. Because if it went the other way, then this group wants depopulation. They want as many people gone as possible. They want you starving. They want you to be cannibalizing other human beings or cannibalizing your pets. They want you to run out of water, run out of food, run out of money, run out of septic, run out of running water from your sink. They want you to die, and they want you to die very miserably and painfully. And that's because ultimately they're serving something that feeds off of that. If that happens to you, this energy, this negative energy in the universe is benefited from it. It's like electricity. Just like if your dog takes a crap, there are bugs that come out of the ground that really love that stuff, and it'll disappear. If you're in an area with enough moisture, you don't see all the stuff hanging around. It always disappears because, there's things that are enjoying that. And just in the same way, there are beings out there that enjoy this negative energy, and they're trying to make sure that we suffer as much as possible. So again, we had a donation. It's Charles D'Annunzio. Are you worried about what Raskin has been saying about not certifying a win from 45? Yeah, I mean, we got to expect, folks, that that the powers that were are going to do everything they possibly can do to try to throw this off. If he wins, they're going to say, we dispute this, it's not true. They're going to say, we got to indict him, we got to put him in prison because he committed these acts, it's these felonies, da-da-da-da-da. It's going to get crazy. We can expect economic problems, maybe even a major collapse. We can expect everything and anything that could go wrong to go wrong. So this next period of time, the other title I was going to have for the show was Brace for Impact, and I might use that next week. But it's intense, and this is not a time to be afraid. This is not a time to be timid. This is not a time to, deny that something's going on. You do want to have your stored food and water. You do want to have yourself prepared for a prolonged outage of power and running water and everything. And so that's why I've got 15 5-gallon jugs of water that are all very drinkable, wonderful water that I keep in my garage at all times. I just filled them up. So I'm ready for anything. I've got freezers full of frozen steaks. I use bison steaks. I've got enough to last for months. I've got everything I need to survive. I've got big jars of spirulina blue-green algae, so that even if I don't have access to vegetables, that I can start to eat the algae for my greens. I've got that too. Kristen Roll just donated $9.99. Thank you very much. Yeah, so look, it's probably going to be a landslide. They're already preparing you for that, but that doesn't mean they're going to stop. It's going to get a lot worse. They're going to try to probably do weather disasters. They're going to try to do economic disasters. They're going to try to do cyber disasters. anything and everything possible, because January 6th is when he's going to be in there. So they got all of November and all of December and the first week of January to play around. NASA said years ago 2025 was the end of the fluff clouds as Saint Sunday. Yeah, they're talking about big solar events in 2025. That might take the grid down. I mean, anything is possible. Do you have firewood? Absolutely. I've got the classic oak and pine combination. Oak is too hard to burn by itself. You need the pine to keep it burning. You put 50-50 oak and pine in there, and I've got enough to heat my house all winter. So I'm going to be fine. No matter what happens, I'll be okay. So, as I was saying to you already, my life seems to have been designed, there we go, for the moment we are now in. And this relates back to this very strange correlation between my life and the life of Edgar Cayce. And so if you've seen this picture before, here he is from his desk, and then you cut to camera one and look at me, you know, looking at you, and it's actually very, very interestingly similar, isn't it? To look at these two pictures and see the correlation of how the faces look and everything. And so, yeah, Edgar Cayce was considered to be America's greatest psychic. You look at our faces, it's like, my God. I mean, even in the cases of reincarnation, which is another thing that we're all going to have to get briefed on, that yes, in fact, people do reincarnate. This is a basic part of reality. And when you reincarnate, you have the same or similar facial features as you did before, which suggests that the shape of your face is not strictly the result of genetics and heredity, that there is a spiritual component to your face that carries with you from lifetime to lifetime. We have exceptional facial similarity. It's been confirmed by portrait artists. It's dazzling. Look at the lips, look at the nose, look at the brow, look at the shape of the eye, look at the chin line. Everything is just amazing. So Edgar Cayce was quite something. Here's Sidney Kirkpatrick, and he wrote the definitive book on Edgar Cayce, where he was given unprecedented access to the Edgar Cayce archives of these 14,000 psychic readings that he had done that were very accurate. And this included the real names of people who Edgar did readings for that up until then nobody knew. It wasn't until, I guess, 98 or so that he came out with this book. And the names were originally hidden away as numbers. So the book is called Edgar Cayce, an American Prophet. It is exhaustively detailed. It goes into very, very granular detail of Cayce's life, and it's a very long book. But you got to remember, the story behind Cayce is he was born in 1877, he died in 1945, and when he was a teenager, he lost his voice, and eventually they were able to fix it by putting him under hypnosis. And when he was under hypnosis, he began speaking from omniscient intelligence. He could diagnose people's health problems. So a basic Cayce reading, of which there's over 14,000, was that he would be hypnotized in some city, maybe Virginia Beach, maybe Ohio, and then he would, well, that's not a city, but the city in Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, and then he would diagnose a client's medical condition accurately, knowing nothing but the client's name and address and the time of the session, and he would prescribe treatment, which back before penicillin and antibiotics, people were dying from things that now they wouldn't die from. So Edgar Cayce had this amazing healing power. His readings were all about healing. And Sidney Kirkpatrick came out with 10 facts about Edgar Cayce, which are interesting. Number one, Cayce was not a fraud. Even the most clever con man wouldn't have been capable of delivering 14,145 fully documented trance readings over a period of 45 years, of which no two readings are alike, and over 90% are believed to have been correct. I'd say that's probably an underestimate, but he's being very generous. It's the equivalent of a Las Vegas nightclub performer having to perform an entirely new act every day, twice a day for nearly 20 years. And that's pretty stunning. Okay. So anyway, Cayce underwent psychic testing by deans at Harvard Medical School and Columbia University. Though these eminent physicians were unable to explain his psychic powers, they could not deny that he possessed them. So the highest level scientific authorities did their best to try to debunk him, and they couldn't. And the other big skeptic debunker at the time was Harry Houdini. because, he wants to figure out how you're doing your magic trick and expose you as a fraud. Harry Houdini met his match in Edgar Cayce. Though the famous illusionist met with Cayce and witnessed a trance reading, he too was at a loss to explain Cayce's incredible psychic powers, which included, the guy only had an 8th grade education. He's basically an illiterate Kentucky tobacco farmer. But yet he had staggering ability to speak foreign languages when he was in trance that he'd never learned when he was conscious. He'd have whole conversations with people in the room in French, in Portuguese, in Spanish. It didn't even matter what the language was, German, even Asian languages, any language. He could talk to people in their own language. They would get really excited by this. It was a big part of what was going on. It's way beyond anything I've been able to do. I haven't been under trance and had actual conversations with people in a foreign language, but my work involves partially using the conscious mind, but then keeping it screened out. And I have had interesting passages come through in Japanese and German, both of which were well beyond my conscious ability to speak. So I've had a little of it, but nothing like what Cayce had. It's a hard legacy to beat. Cayce's medical readings were used by 3 of New York's most prominent physicians. That's interesting, huh? To treat such noteworthy people as Irving Berlin, George Gershwin, the famous pianist, Gloria Swanson, Marilyn Monroe, Governor Nelson Rockefeller, labor leader George Meany, and author William Saroyan. So Cayce's readings were so well trusted that if somebody really famous was in trouble and they were sick, get them a Cayce reading. That was part of what it was. Even Marilyn Monroe and the governor of New York. Though Cayce has long been known as a medical clairvoyant, his most astonishing readings were given for inventors and scientists. Wait for this. Both Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla had trance readings by Cayce, as did engineers at RCA, IBM, Delco, and the president and founder of Goodyear. So wow, Tesla and Thomas Edison. And Tesla supposedly built flying saucer technology. Well, to what degree did all this come from the Cayce readings? Well, apparently quite a bit. Remarkable technological and electronic designs provided by Cayce in trance are now used in almost every large hospital and airport in the world. And that is very cool. And he also developed, in one of his readings, the system of the reflectors that you see in the middle of the highway. That came from a Cayce reading as well, believe it or not. Okay, let's have another one. Ernest Hemingway's mother consulted Cayce about her son's writing career. Carl Laemmle of Universal Studios, Harry Getz of Paramount Pictures, these were the biggest producers of the time. Legendary film pioneer Thomas Inch developed film projects that were dictated during Cayce's trance session. So he actually wrote movies, and they worked out the screenplay in the middle of their Cayce reading, if you can believe that. So this is really interesting. Cayce was actually getting in contact with a lot of really famous people because he was very, very highly trusted, and his accuracy was unquestioned. But it gets even better. He went up to a governmental level. Cayce gave readings to President Woodrow Wilson as he struggled to create the League of Nations, which was a peace plan that was supposed to end all wars. And then it says here, Cayce warned that another great war after World War I would result from Congress's failure to support the president and the creation of the League. So Wilson was one of the good guys. He actually did have that classic quote about there is a power somewhere so subtle, so organized, and so massive that we dare not speak above a whisper if we are condemning it. And Wilson also knew that the people who opposed the creation of the Fed all mysteriously happened to be on the Titanic when it sank, and that's the way that they like to get rid of their enemies, so he didn't want to speak out. So here's Cayce trying to help Woodrow Wilson create peace. Imagine being a psychic and being trusted enough that the President of the United States is having private, high-level classification meetings with you to talk to you about national security. That's actually what happened with Edgar Cayce. Number 9, though his predictions represent less than 2% of the readings, Cayce accurately predicted the stock market crash of 1929. He warned about it extensively. He told you when it was going to happen. The rise and fall of Adolf Hitler. He predicted Japan's sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. He knew about it in advance. And the deaths of 2 American presidents. Pretty amazing stuff. However, As he would say in trance, the best thing any warning could accomplish is to incite change, which would subsequently change the direction the future would take. So that's the whole idea, is prevention. Prophecy is about prevention. You don't want these things to come true. You want to circumvent them. Cayce's life has touched tens of thousands of very prominent followers, including Elvis Presley, who was reading a copy of one of Cayce's books when he was found dead in the bathtub, rock star John Lennon, film director Steven Spielberg, and actress Shirley MacLaine. So Cayce's had a huge, huge impact on very prominent people. He met with the president. He did readings for Marilyn Monroe, and yet we've never heard anything about him. You know, you never have a movie or anything like that. Now here's another example. Bill W., if you've ever been through AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, the entire 12 steps, that's what they are. They're called 12-step meetings. You've probably heard that even if you've never done one. But, you know, if you have an alcohol drinking problem, I would highly recommend doing the 12 steps. And it's, you know, there's 12 steps. You're supposed to work through them in linear order. And they are talking about a higher power and recognizing that your life has become unmanageable and that you're going to seek healing. It's a 12-step process. You can look it up online. We're not going to go through them all right now. But according to the Scuttlebutt in Virginia Beach, Bill W., who's the author of the Blue Book, you know, the Alcoholics Anonymous book that everybody's supposed to read, his whole story about being an alcoholic and then getting sober, and he supposedly discovered the 12 steps. No, the 12 steps were channeled verbatim from an Edgar Cayce reading. They just copied it down, and that's what Bill W. used. It actually came from a higher inspired source, and it's helped millions and millions and millions of people get sober. So in my own case, it seemed like I came in ready to rock and ready to do this stuff because I began reading books on ESP and hypnosis when I was 7 years old. This is one of the guys who founded the science of remote viewing. And before the government hired him to do that, he wrote this book called How to Make ESP Work for You. This was in a bookshelf under the stairs in my mother's house. It says, all of us have within us an incredible mental power that can change our lives overnight. If you are ready to explore this miraculous new dimension of your mind, read this book. And another really weird, interesting thing is that it says right there on page 174, chapter 10, Your Healing Power, I actually took an American Lung Association stamp. It was a Christmas stamp, and it says 1981. Now, I was born in 1973, so that means I was 8 years old at the point in time when I did this. So this is very curious because I didn't know consciously that I would need to date stamp when I was reading this book and have the proof I was reading it when I was that young, but yet I had this impulse to put this stamp in the book anyway on page 174. And then notice that I put the stamp on the chapter called Healing Power, Psychic Healing Power. That's what Cayce was doing, right? Edgar Cayce's whole shtick was doing healings on people while he was in trance using his ESP. And I put this stamp about Christ, Merry Christmas, 1981, Your Healing Power. The other two books I read during this time, I read the book called Hypnosis, Theory, Practice, and Application by Raphael Rhodes, Analysis and Methods of Hypnotism and its Application to the Alleviation and Cure of Psychic Disturbances, forward by Foster Kennedy, MD. I read this book cover to cover, and I also read this book, which was harder to read, by Melvin Powers, The Science of Hypnotism. Now, isn't it interesting that Cayce's psychic powers came to him by hypnotism, and that the two books I read when I was that age were books on, the three books were a book on ESP and two books on hypnosis. I mean, it's really, really interesting. Cayce also talked about Atlantis, and it's really weird that when I was 7 years old, I wrote a story about a sunken continent that was right next to Florida, as people think that might be where Atlantis was. I don't know that now, but that's certainly a common speculation. So here's my map. You can see clearly the drawing of Florida. One of my father's articles that he would write for rock and roll bands was on the other side of this. It was a spare piece of paper. So you got Florida there. You can see the Okefenokee Swamp is all black. But then I drew an island off to the right. Up at the top, when you look at it up close, I wrote in cursive, which they made us all write that way at the time, Map of Myalika, the lost island next to Florida. There's Florida. And then again, here it is. Now we're looking closer to where the island is. And then I wrote, this is where they found the boar. There was a boar in my story. The shipwreck was here, and the monster appeared here. So I was literally writing a story when I was 7 years old about a hidden, lost island next to Florida called Myalika. Isn't that weird? That's right, tied in with Cayce. Then we have weird evidence of potential ET contacts I went through as a child. You've seen this before, where I drew this thing and it was called an intelligent being. And in the part below where I cut it off, he's got a big mouth in his stomach that is like a toothy, nasty mouth that can eat things. So I knew these were nasty creatures. And then this was what appears to be an illustration of an abduction experience, but it's also like a MyLab because, again, they have bald heads, but they have these big, thick military jaws. And it looks like they're bent at the waist, looking down at me on the ground. And there's some kind of UFO overhead with it's round, it has 3 big lights under it. Or it could be like a doctor's examination table. But I drew this in high school. And again, it suggests that I was remembering an abduction experience. Another weird thing, as I've said before, was that I sculpted this piece of jewelry in high school. And then this is what it looks like, okay? And then I find out, yeah, it's actually on Tibetan art in the third eye, and it shows up in Mesoamerican art coming from the Mayans. And in the book that was written by the Mayan dude, I forget his name off the top of my head, but he did all this cool stuff, and it was this exact symbol was in the book, and he described it as the ability to communicate with galactic consciousness. And I made this as a pin out of brass, and at the same pin, I made another one, which was the Star Trek communicator device like they wore on Star Trek. So this is really interesting, all these connections. There was a staggering astrological similarity to Cayce that I didn't find out till I went to Virginia Beach, and people started recognizing me. If you read this whole thing, it says his birth date, May 18th, 1877, and then mine, March 8th, 1973. And when you look at it up close, if you know how to read charts, the sun is right over the sun, Venus is right over Venus, Mercury's right over Mercury, pretty close. The moon is staggeringly close to the moon. And look there, down there in the 5th house, you got Mars over Mars. I mean, there's stunning stuff going on in this chart. Jupiter is in the 5th and 6th house there, and they're 50 degrees and 2 degrees 50 minutes and the 2 degrees 3 minutes. It's not even off by more than 1 minute, but by 1 degree. It's a 30-degree aspect. There's so many things. And so this is a very crude summary of what's going on. The sun in both charts is in Pisces. The moon is in Taurus. The Mercury's in Pisces. Venus in Pisces. Mars in Capricorn. We both have the Chinese zodiac year of the ox. And both of the moons are at 13 degrees. And this is actually pretty crude, even though it's already amazing, because most of the alignments are much closer than 1 out of 12. If you look up close here, you can see, like, okay, I want you to look in the middle of the wheel now where it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's look up to 8, okay? 8, you have that round orange circle. That's the sun. It's at 18 degrees in my chart. It's at 28 degrees in Cayce's chart. I believe I'm on the outside. Let's just make sure again here. Yeah, the outside wheel is Dave Wilcock. Okay, so we got that right. So, look at now in the 7th house where it says 7 in the middle circle there, and then you see that blue, that green shape. That's Venus, and it's at 10 degrees 29 in my chart. It's at 15 degrees 43 in his chart. It's only 5 degrees off. Then go down to the 5th house. You look at the Mars is the red one. 17 degrees 29 in mine. 11 degrees 13 his, only off by 6 degrees. That's amazing. Now I want you to look up at the 9th house, and you'll see that moon is over moon. It's 12 degrees 41 in my chart. 12 degrees 12 in his. That is absolutely fantastic. So these alignments could not be faked. I could not fake my own birth date. I have a birth certificate, and I certainly can't fake my face. Okay? We both have the same face and the same astrology. It's very strange. And then my family and friends reincarnated along with me, and they also had facial similarities. So Dr. Wesley Harrington Ketchum was Cayce's first conductor who did the readings with him for the first time. He has a striking similarity to my brother, even the types of glasses that he wears, the way his face looks. It's pretty amazing. My dad came back again as my dad. I needed the same angry daddy twice in a row, apparently. And so this particular picture was taken right after we met Metallica. He was deliberately sneering because it was a metal concert. But that was also the best picture I found to show how much he looked like Cayce's father. So again, we were laughing. This was a joke. It was not serious. But there's Cayce's father on the left, and there's my dad on the right. My dad and I had a really, really great conversation yesterday, a lot of healing. So I don't think he's going to get mad at me. I've explained that he was not doing this on purpose. It was all for fun. But look at the similarity between the two fathers. It's incredible. Then Cayce had these two brothers who were the Blumenthals, Edwin and Morton. They were the guys who gave the money to him to build the Cayce Hospital. And my best friend from high school looks just very similar to Edwin Blumenthal. That's my friend Jude. You still might meet him. We might do some stuff together in the future. He looks pretty much the same now, so now you know what he's going to look like. And then Morton Blumenthal was the other Blumenthal brother. My best friend in college was Chris. And again, I had a lot of interaction with Chris, and I did digitally remove his glasses in this picture. I use a little Photoshop trickery to do that, but you can see that he looks very, very similar to Morton Blumenthal, and there was all kinds of stuff in the readings about that because he came to visit me in 1998 when I went to the Cayce Center, and they said, F you, we don't believe you, get out of here. But I had the facial similarity, I had the astrology, and I was doing the same kind of readings. Cayce's wife appeared as my best female college friend, Angelica, and once again, they have these astounding facial similarities. And I hung out with Angelica extensively in the last couple years of college and then on until I left New York State, and she even worked at the same place I worked at. I got her a job there, and they look just profoundly similar. And there's all kinds of interesting things like this. Then more recently, we found out that the astrology actually includes the death chart. Johnny Barnett came up with this, and all of these new connections that he found that I didn't know about. We talked about it in other shows. Cayce's birth chart, the transits for the day of the death, the progressions at the time of death. There's another chart you can do called a progressed chart, and then my birth chart. So it's got 4 layers, and there's all these amazing, amazing, intricate layers of connection. And you see, like, they're very, very tight. If you look at the numbers, they're very close to each other. So we had astrologers confirm that if Cayce was going to die, the very best time for the planets to line up in the same way as his for 127 years after his death was the day that I was born, the exact day and time that I was born. So yeah, it would appear that I'm very much aligned with Cayce, and Cayce was doing medical readings and unusual treatments, as I said, but again, the big hallmark was when Edgar Cayce spoke as Archangel Michael, his body was levitating, and it spoke in a way that shook the walls and had this very loud volume that made people cry or start shaking with ecstasy. And Archangel Michael was no joke, man. Imagine the body levitating. Imagine that as he talks, it's this booming voice. This was a really, really exciting thing to have happening. And now, of course, when I do my readings and I come back looking like him, I've got his astrology, my family members look the same, there's all these weird connections, the source identifies itself as Archangel Michael. And that I didn't even know that until 1999, which was 2 years after I'd identified myself as possible Cayce reincarnation, because we got all these similarities. Then I find out that, oh, it's been Archangel Michael that's been talking the whole time, who's supposedly the guy in charge, or the angel in charge of defeating Satan. Not a minor job, the highest angel in the pantheon. The most important cosmic being after Jesus would be Archangel Michael, the most powerful. That's pretty heavy that he would be talking through me, because I didn't really believe in that stuff. I didn't believe in archangels. I didn't believe in... I just thought, oh yeah, it's mythology. Well, no. Turns out that this stuff is very, very intensely real. So they also had readings in the Cayce stuff that talked about that he was going to come back in the future. This is 294-151, which we've read before. Is it not fitting that Ra-Ta, which was his supposed Egyptian lifetime where he built the pyramid, and his followers must return. As this priest, Cayce's past life, may, not will, but may, I had to make the right choices, develop himself to be in that capacity or position as a, not the, this is not messianic, but a liberator of the world. There are many of them. In its relationships to individuals in those periods to come, for he must enter again in that period or in 1998. And Cayce's readings also had, there was a dream where he was back in Virginia Beach in 1998 with the people that he knew before. So this period of 1998 was when I was supposed to be back there, and I actually arrived there in October 1997, a little bit ahead of time by 2 months. Very, very fascinating. And so when I found out that I had the face, that I had the astrology, that the family members look alike, I learned all that pretty quickly because I had a book called Edgar Cayce's Photographic Legacy. It was shocking. And then here's this prophecy saying I'm supposed to be back in 98 as a liberator of the world in its relationships to individuals. So that was really, really, I mean, it really terrified me, and I felt like it's almost too much to bear. Then here's the other one, the 262:49. What is meant by the day of the Lord is near at hand? Answer, as has been promised through prophets and sages of old, the time, half times, has been and is being fulfilled in this day and generation, and that's talking about the third density to fourth density shift. And soon there will again appear in the earth that one through whom many will be called, to meet those, which would be the angels, preparing the way for Jesus' day in the earth. So this is not Jesus. They're preparing the way for the return, the second coming of Christ. The Lord then will come, even as ye have seen him go. Cayce reading 262:49. Well, that quote, even as ye have seen him go, is from the Bible. And if you actually read it, it said that he leaves on a cloud. So this is a reference I have in Michael Prophecies that Jesus appeared on a cloud, which is apparently a reference to a flying disc, that the positive, benevolent ETs do use technology. They create these UFOs, and that's where the Virgin Mary stuff comes in that we see from the Fatima sightings of 1917, apparitions of Mother Mary in a flying disc that blotted out the sun, created huge colors across the sky, and then dried everybody's clothes off in a crowd of 90,000 people when they'd all been soaking wet. And, you know, predicted through the children at Fatima that there was going to be a non-catastrophic ascension. And that's what it ultimately turns into, that apparently this reading is talking about how I will be used to call many people, like you if you're watching this and you're vibing with this, to meet those angelic beings that are preparing the way for the day of Christ's return. And then the Lord will come. So I really didn't know what all this Cayce stuff was really about and what my role was in it until October 2021, where I began unsealing the Michael Prophecies. It started right before the divorce, pretty much. And these 7 books have proven to be dazzlingly prophetic. And you can order them and you can read them, and I'll give you that information in just a minute, okay? But here's the clincher again, folks, that in the last week, I discovered 15 new tapes, and they're all time looped into the present for what's going on right now with the election, starting in January 1st of 1999 through late March. They unseal perfectly into the present. You're going to get to decide that for yourself because I'm about to read them to you. And they use the term cosmic trigger. They reveal that, you know, what we're about to see in November, and however it turns out, when the Alliance does its thing and you find out that people are being arrested, and now we're learning that there's been this huge organized crime ring that nobody knew about, and it was very evil, has all these sinister, evil elements to it that are traditional evil, very traditional horror movie type of stuff, that this becomes a cosmic trigger. As we all learn this, we have this crisis of faith. We realize, oh my God, the devil is real. The stuff that I was learning about in the Bible and other religious texts is real. And this creates the calling. What these beings, the positive angelic beings, need is the calling. They need to be called upon for help. And when we call out to them for help, that's when they can show up and save the day. And so I found 15 new tapes on top of the 4 I thought I already had. And this is another really crazy thing, folks. Our CEO of Stavati Aerospace, where we're going to get out anti-gravity, free energy, med beds, etc. His name is Chris. He was overseas and he bagged, the big meeting was on Friday. And in that meeting, he bagged the deal that he was supposed to bag. And I don't even know all the details yet, but it's a very significant contract. We're going to have distribution rights for United States and Canada for 3 types of electric vehicles. There's an electric sports car that looks like a Ferrari. It's a beautiful, beautiful car. It's extremely sexy looking. And it will be still somewhat affordable. It's not going to be as pricey as some of the other sports cars. All electric, and we're going to use new battery technology that you might be able to drive it, we hope, at least 900 miles on one charge. There's nothing else like that that's ever been made before. We also have a pickup truck, as I said, looks like an F-150. And we also have those Sprinter-style delivery vans where it, looks like just a van that's very sleek and white. We have those 3 types of vehicles. There's also apparently a sedan in production. So we are not just going to be a manufacturer of aircraft, like you've seen me show you this. This is our SM-39. It's actually a spaceship. It's going to be the fastest jet ever made. We're also going into cars. I don't want to have any beef with Elon. I'm happy that he's doing Tesla. We're not going to try to, edge in on his market. We're just adding to the fact that, supposedly these folks are trying to make everybody's cars electric. Well, we want to do next generation electric cars that work better and that, look good and are affordable, reasonably affordable. So our company is going to become a car manufacturer. And it's a very, very exciting thing because, again, they have said yes. The parent company said yes to us. They approved us. Chris bagged the deal. And this happened maybe within as little of an hour or 2 of when I discovered I had 15 missing tapes from 1999. So I've had multiple dreams lately about Christmas gifts. And if you want to, you can help me out. It's very, very helpful if you do this for me. Go to thedisclosure.com, and now I've got a huge, huge discount with a code. You can get over 35 hours of high quality, amazing videos that I've done, as well as 7 dazzling books of prophecy. The normal price is $333. We're knocking it off by $156. And again, there's a course called Sacred Science that's like all this genius level stuff about sacred geometry. And Chris Beskar is there with me in that, leaking all kinds of classified things. And it also includes The Disclosure, which is by itself 25 hours of video. So for this one price, you're now getting 35 hours of video, 7 books of prophecy. It'll keep you very busy when the lights go out. You can read them on your computer, solar charge the batteries. And it's a huge, huge discount. So that's available to you. I hope you'll go to thedisclosure.com. The discount code is the word actualization. ACTUALIZATION. And you go back and listen to that again if you need to spell it. That's what you have to type in to activate this deal. So it's a great deal, and the videos are shot on 7 camera angles. It's amazing quality. But now I want to, again, we've talked about Edgar Cayce. We've talked about the big picture of what I'm doing here. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark. I'll take a bathroom break fairly soon. And it's been so much better now that I actually take a pee break in these shows. I can't tell you how rough it was to go 4 hours and have to pee the whole time. Got pretty bad towards the end. So now I just take a break, and you guys are okay with that. I mean, I do lose some viewers. We're at 5,438 right now. That's great. So let's talk about the real scene here. The Alliance versus the DS is the real battle. This is not just an election between 2 individuals. They're 2 figureheads for 2 competing organizations as herefore named. As I told you, we had this alarming post show up on TG last Friday of last week, which is stuff that they post that's too edgy for X. And it said, war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. Now, what did we see? We saw this attack on Iran, multiple barrages of missiles done with fighter jets, done with, all different kinds of stuff. And it was successfully repelled, thank God. If Iran had been heavily injured, it would have been probably World War III. That's what they were hoping for. But instead, this massive, massive attack happened, and the Russian countermeasures apparently were in place, and only 4 soldiers died, which again, this is a watershed event in the history of warfare. They did their full-scale assault, they did everything they could, but only 4 soldiers were actually killed, even though 100 fighter jets were involved in trying to bomb the living crap out of this country. And, of course, Biden hopes that this is the end. So this is a watershed event in the history of warfare. They tried to get World War III going, but in order for that to happen, there would need to be a whole lot of death and a whole lot of atrocities. The only thing left they've got is the nuke card, right? But that's not going to work either because it will be stopped by angelic ETs. We already know this. Nobody's ever going to be able to get nukes to work. They just won't. So don't think that that's coming. It's not going to happen. They might try it, but it won't work. So right in the middle of all this, we've been praying for world peace. We've been doing global peace meditations. They keep trying to start something, and it doesn't work. And we're not in World War III. So let's give ourselves a big round of applause. If we're helping to contribute to this, I'm very happy to be involved. But right around the time that this was happening, this again was on Saturday, so it just came out right after I'd started to unseal these new tapes. And I start reading the unsealed stuff, which I'd already unsealed this before, but then I re-unsealed it, and it was very prophetic. So the very first thing they said is, Miami heartburn of science, you wanted it, you asked for it. Now, what the heck is Miami heartburn of science? Well, they said trust the science, and the people who did trust the science are now getting various types of heart trouble. So heartburn of science sounds like it's talking about the treatments. And then they mentioned Miami. Well, we just had Miami get hit, well, not Miami directly, but Florida got hit with not 1 but 2 hurricanes, Helene and Milton. And so very, very interesting that they would immediately start the time loop off saying, Miami heartburn of science, you wanted it, you asked for it. This is the way that the ugly folks think of it, like, oh, you asked for it. You asked for us to do this to you. You asked for us to create these problems. And now the angels are talking. We have tried through every means available to have a special lighted up for you at the appropriate time. Now this is, they're talking in metaphor, but the special being lit up is talking about them returning in their UFOs and doing a mass global exposure of their presence, which they also talked about in last week's time loop. And they're trying to do this through every means available. And yet now, as the end of 1998 draws to a close, because remember this was January 2nd, 99, we have yet to see our efforts bear fruit despite our most persistent and consistent desires and wishes to do so. They haven't been able to actually reveal themselves yet. Thank you for so affectionately loving the entire part of yourself that has been hurting for so long. That is one of the key points in the dream here today. Okay, wait a minute. Loving the entire part of yourself that has been hurting for so long. This is actually talking about the DS. This is talking about the negative agenda because they say that the dream refers to this. Well, the dream, which I don't know if it's in the book or not. Some of this stuff is not in the book. I re-unsealed it, and I've added a bunch of new things because, you know, I got a dream every day, and I obviously can't put them all in the books, so a lot of it left on the cutting room floor. But this dream, are you ready for this, was about a reptilian. It was about a reptilian being paraded through town and everybody getting scared. This dream is in the book. So loving the parts of yourself that have been hurting. The only way we can defeat the negative is to feel love for them. You don't want to hate them, but you also have hard boundaries. You say, I love you, and I'm not going to let you do this. So that's why I'm really big on not hating these people, not creating mass death. Like, let's just kill all of them. You know, once we catch them, no. Life in prison, if that's what they deserve based on a fair trial by jury, fair hearing of the evidence, but it's not going to be good if we just start killing everybody off, and I don't support that, neither does the readings. We do have to practice forgiveness with boundaries. Is a very important part of the Law of One teaching. So now let's read the dream. In this dream, I was working for some kind of museum somewhere. They were describing the success that they had with taking this scary-looking dinosaur-type creature. It was like a reptilian humanoid that had 2 eyes. The head was very reptilian, but the body was more human.
The first eye was there, and it made the head look scary and a little small. The second eye was not in the middle of the head, but at the top, and it was bigger but more camouflaged in yellow. So it was a very scary-looking alien creature. They were describing how difficult it had been to set these things up, and I'm copying this right out of my journal, by the way. I shortened it a little bit for the book. They were taking this thing and walking it through the public, freaking people out, getting them to scream. We watched as they did this and walked the dinosaur through. It looked like a man, but it was a dinosaur man. And it really scared people. Then after that, we turned the corner from one hallway. These waitresses ran out, and they were all acting scared. A group of waitresses actually stacked themselves on top of each other because they were so scared of what I expected to be this dinosaur. It then turned out that the dinosaur was just a guy who came out from behind the door, and nothing that he was doing was really that bad. Well, this is obviously talking about the DS, and that on some levels they're acting like they're scarier than they really are, and it's like the Scooby-Doo thing where it's this ghost, but then it turns out you take the mask off and it's this guy, and he says, "It would have been fine if it wasn't for you meddling kids." Well, this is the same idea, that they're trying to create this fear in us. They want us to think that they're more dangerous than they really are. They want us to think that they are creatures or whatever. No, it's just people. But on another level, there are alien beings involved. But so much of what they do is fake. They're always trying to fake you out. They're always trying to psych you out. They're always trying to scare you. Nothing he was doing was really that bad. It reminds me of Jim, a guy who used to live upstairs from me, a guitar player. It was in my jazz band. So, I don't know why. I mean, Jim was a good guy. He was bald, and, we got along fine. So then they started the fear thing again, only the second time, and that ellipsis there actually is just the way it was written in the journal. Everybody cheered when this guy came out. This time he was covered with mud and he was athletic, whereas the earlier guy was he was more of a passive type. The second guy immediately singled me out from the crowd and started dissing me, and he's covered with mud. Now, covered with mud, I highlighted that because that means in dream lingo that you're dirty. You have dirty ideas, carnal forces, etc., etc. Covered in mud means that you are indulging in lower level practices, sexual practices, evil practices. That's what mud means in a dream. And when he's singling me out from the crowd and dissing me, this is not just talking about me. This dream is about everybody, that they're doing this to everybody. So this is a global prophecy, okay? Then he was making me climb this ladder. I knew the dream could go on, but I decided I was close to awake, and I would grab it right now instead of continuing it and write it down. There was earlier sections. I remember there was something with Nana and Papa, my grandparents, and I had Christmas gifts that were laying around. Well, as I'm unsealing this, it's like opening Christmas gifts. Wow, these prophecies are time loops. We have barely gotten started. Wait till you see how prophetic this is of everything that's going on right now as we head into November. It's amazing. There was something that I was harvesting. It was these Christmas cards that were laying around that you could take from some sort of advertisement. I was picking each one by one, and then my grandfather yelled at me and said how stupid I was for doing that. I tried to explain the practicality of having Christmas cards for free to him, but he didn't get it. So this is talking about the DS openly mocking Christianity. Now they're in desperate damage control mode. She's gone out there now with her new pastor voice, and she's speaking in churches because, in vino veritas, if you're drinking wine, you have to tell the truth. There she was in her typical slurred fashion in front of an audience, talking very, very slowly. And some guy yells out, "Jesus is Lord." And she says, "I think you're at the wrong rally. You need to be at the one down the street. It's a lot smaller." So in so saying that, she's insulting them. Everybody who's a Christian, she's saying she's higher than that. Her rallies are bigger than Christian rallies. And if you think Jesus is Lord, you don't belong here. So this is literally prophetically looped into a dream from 1999, telling me how stupid I was for taking Christmas cards that were lying around. And this also is time looped into my book because I had these Christmas stamps lying around and I stuck one in the chapter on healing power. So all these time loops, but it's going to get much more intense. I was trying to put gifts back together and put the right things in the right boxes. I got very confused. There was all different stuff for different boxes. It all got jumbled together, which is prophetic of my tapes and how I had to unseal them and figure out where are they. And yes, I did transcribe them in 2006. I'd forgotten about that. And I still haven't read most of it. I want to unseal as I go. So I'm still only up to January 13th. I still have lots of stuff in January, February, and March to read. And we're going to be going through this week by week. I expect probably all of it is going to be prophetic. All of it is going to have amazing, amazing stuff. Got to make sure the hair stays fluffy enough. You want to keep it like really, really freaking wild, right? Anyway, that was the end of the dream, and now we're going to get into the meat of the reading. You see, now that we have arrived again in 1999, you must ask yourself a question. Why did they say again in 1999? Because they wrote it in 1999, but it's all written for the present. And there's so many time loops as I keep reading, it's going to be mind-blowing to you. So, what is it about the Cayce readings, otherwise so accurate, that led to the obvious dismissal of so many time-encoded prophecies? Well, they already knew that they're giving you time-encoded prophecies right now for 2024, right before we head into November. So that's why they say we've arrived again in 1999, and they're referring to their time-encoded prophecies. Why did people dismiss this? The answer is simply this. Look at this, holy crap. We're all expecting the economy's about to crash as they're trying to distance the results of November from happening. With the next available opportunity for economic collapse still looming in what we consider to be the very near future. And again, they expected me to do the time loop right now, so this is exactly what we're expecting. It's amazingly accurate. We have not yet seen the full catastrophic potential that develops when you have an industrial nation that considers itself above and beyond the likelihood for such a disaster to take place. Whoa. Isn't that true? Up until maybe these hurricanes, nobody really believed that America could have a collapse or any big disaster, but that's exactly what they're trying to do. And they did tell us in the time loop last week that we will expect to see something like this, but that it's not going to last very long. And if somebody's trying to tell you it's going to drag on for 6 months, no, it's not going to happen. But again, this is absolutely prophetic. The next available opportunity for an economic collapse looming in the very near future, because we're not seeing the full catastrophic potential that could happen, because we think we're above and beyond such a likelihood, like something like what happened in the Soviet Union. Couldn't happen here, right? Similarly, when we know that we are the only game in town, so to speak, and we try to exploit that fact, and there she was on stage thinking she's the only game in town, any Christians don't belong there, and they're going to be in a smaller group down the street. So this is what this party thinks right now. They think they're the only game in town, and you could argue from lots of evidence that they are very much exploiting that fact. The simple nature of karma virtually demands that we, the angelic beings, do something about it. These people on earth are trying to poison us. They're trying to make us sick. They're trying to kill us off in all these different ways, and they think they're the only game in town. And karma, they have to get their karma, and it virtually demands that the angelic forces intervene, which is what we're about to see. So again, I wrote in here, statement about higher intervention now at work to prevent this agenda that they have from succeeding. So this is incredibly accurate. I couldn't even believe it when I started reading this. And I had I didn't even know if my ankle was broken or not as I was putting all this together yesterday, you guys. So in short, the whole matter of unfinished business becomes more concretely placed in the realm of the two brothers than in the realm of the two sisters, or even the brother and the sister for that matter. Now, this is in the book. Other stuff I'm going to read you is not in the Michael books because it's newly unsealed, new tapes. You're going to see some of that. So even if you've read all the Michael Prophecies, you're going to find new stuff. If you read book 4, right around the midpoint after I did all the other stuff, and we start the readings on January 1st, 1999, halfway through the book, a little after halfway, this is in there, and I didn't decode it because I didn't really know what it meant. So, what the hell is this actually saying? It's again metaphorically encrypted, but I believe that the brother and sister, now that we're heading into this thing in November, represents Kamala and Obama. And, you know, brother is a typical name for a black person, as would be sister a typical name for a black woman, right? Well, then who are the two brothers? Well, that could be Obama and actual Joe, right? Because they're joined at the hip. They are like brothers. And again, of course, we have the people of color reference of the word brother. And then so the unfinished business is that they want to stay in power. They want to win again. So this is really fascinating because the matter of unfinished business is placed concretely in the realm of two brothers, or even the brother and the sister. So even though the sister is the one running now, it's the two brothers, and the word brother could mean a black man or people who are close friends. They're the ones who are really in charge of this. So it says, when we know we're the only game in town, karma virtually demands we do something of it. And then it says the unfinished business in the realm of two brothers, then in the realm of the brother and sister. So the real issue is what's going on with Biden and Obama, and the sister is not as important. That's what this means. Again, the unfinished business is the election, and with the two brothers and sisters. So this is a very fascinating prophecy that's really actually something we could have only unsealed now because we didn't know that there was going to be a brother and sister involved when we got to this point, but they did. So that's where we are up until now. The very next thing they say is a prophecy of the alliance and the guy she's running against, and it's very interesting. Wait for it, and I put it all in capital letters now because it's so big. So remember, we're talking about an unfinished business. We're talking about the two brothers, the brother and sister, and then it says, these problems, which they know are about to come to a head in November, require solutions stemming from the farthest reaches of masculine energy available at our fingertips. Whoa. Well, I think everybody can agree that 45 is very masculine. He's got some of the problems associated with masculinity. That's why they're always bagging on him in the media. Oh my God, he said this, he did that. He's so threatening. He's so terrifying. But the farthest reaches of masculine energy is really talking about the U.S. military. The military is about as far as the masculine archetype has ever gone here on Earth, and the intelligence community. And they are finishing up the unfinished business with the two brothers and the sister. So this is very, very interesting, folks. I mean, I'm really blown away because, we didn't know that she was going to be running. And so the farthest reaches of masculine energy, these problems require solutions. This is talking about the alliance, and available at our fingertips. That's the angels. So they are helping the alliance, like as I've said with Valiant Thor, this human ET that appeared in the Pentagon beginning in 1957 and gave them the plan because he has full time travel capability. He saw into the future. He saw into the now, how to do this peacefully so that we don't have catastrophic Earth changes. We don't have comets destroy the Earth. We don't have pole shift. We don't have nuclear war. We don't have catastrophic long-term economic collapse. We get through this peacefully, and we have a mass spiritual ascension event and activation. So really, this did make me say, wow. It's a direct prophecy of the coming alliance operations that we've already been expecting in the time loop. Then they say we must indeed combine the strength of the solar energy emanating from the sun and the core of the galaxy together so as to produce the necessary ascended offspring, light bodies, that will then take shape upon the surface of the planet. So this is all leading us to ascension. Difficult though it is, he, as in Jesus or God, take your pick, difficult though it is, he had this plan in mind from the beginning. In the books, I talk about the fact that Jesus himself seems to know that something was coming involving injections and inoculations. Why do I say that? Because he had nails in his hands. He was nailed to the cross. He had a crown of thorns. Those are like needles going into his mind, into his head. He was punctured by the spear of Longinus. And the crown that they made him wear is a corona. And in the Bible, they talk about the coming of the bride and the bridegroom and the wedding ring. That's the solar eclipse is called a corona, and it makes the shape of a wedding ring. And there's all these ascension references in the Bible to the bride and the bridegroom. So the bride and the bridegroom exchange rings. Another name for ring is corona, like a solar corona when there's a solar eclipse, and it's also coronavirus. So you've got the nails in the hands, you've got the crown of thorns, and another weird one is, I think it's the book of Matthew, Jesus casts out demons into a herd of pigs, and then the demonized pigs run into the water and they all drown themselves, and the pigs appear to refer to swine flu. So this all suggests that even 2,000 years ago, Jesus could have died anyway. He could have been drowned, he could have been burned, he could have been blown up. They could have rolled over him with a big old, vehicle of some kind, horse-drawn steamroller. No. Very specific type of death, crucifixion, which is all about punctured needles. Punctured needles in the hands and feet, punctured needles in the head with the coronavirus. You get it? So this Jesus, even back then, what they're telling us is he had this plan in mind from the beginning so that we won't have to go through these catastrophes. Your arrogance provides you with an easy out, thinking that very little will happen, if anything. There's a lot of people stuck in that. There's a lot of people stuck in, I just don't believe. I mean, yeah, David's readings are cool, but I don't really believe that these things are going to happen. Well, they're calling that arrogance. These events took place for a reason. Jesus came here for a reason. That was real. I don't believe it was fake. Too many people saw these things for it to be written off. And it's a spiritual war. And in the Bible, there's all these corona references. The crown of thorns, the spear of Longinus, the nails in his hands, and the bride and the bridegroom, which is the wedding ring, which is the solar eclipse, the corona. So we have this arrogance where we don't think anything's going to happen. But this has been designed from the time of Jesus, that what we're going through was all predicted in the Bible, as I write in the Michael Prophecies. That's why it's really good to read it. Indeed, many of your people choose to underestimate the power of the changes that are occurring now. This is so much bigger than just a normal November, as I've been saying. It's the cosmic trigger. Now look at this. Looking to the computer collapse as a possible situation, but even then not fully admiring the transformative power of that event. And as I showed you earlier, they're expecting a 2001 level cyber attack on the day of the election, according to 3 different intelligence agencies. And what does it actually say here? Looking to the computer collapse as a possible situation. That is exactly what we're expecting. It's right there in the loop. I know you guys are probably blown away by this stuff, but I'm going to keep going because we have a lot of it. Not fully admiring the transformative power of that event. So what do they mean by transformative power? Well, this is the cosmic trigger. It's going to transform us into a higher level of evolution. All of these things, all of this, the battle between the Alliance and the DS is all reaching ahead in November. Everybody is seeing it, and this is what paves the way for the exposure of the negative on a global level. It's going to create the cosmic trigger for ascension, just like it was planned in the Bible with all those crucifixion metaphors. And again, here it is. The computer collapse, it has transformative power. So that's very, very interesting. You have all seen the comings and goings of time, the processes of mass karma working themselves out on the planet as a whole, and a deepening interest in the crises which befall other people. This deepening interest is what we have hoped for more than anything else. So when these disasters occur, it's supposed to crack the shell around your heart, make you more loving, and make you more desirous of helping other people so that you don't see this suffering occur. Because the more loving we get, the faster we get into our ascension. It's really about learning to love each other, not to fight each other. We're trying to, the DS is creating this war between left and right. And in my father's case, he is a lefty, but then his whole entire family that he lives with, his wife and all of her kids and grandkids, they're all Trump supporters. So he's trying to find a middle path of peace because you don't want to be fighting with your own family. And so that's the whole point, is that these artificially created conflicts are going to resolve where we can learn that we're not so different and we can learn to get along with each other. That's what these higher beings really want for us. That's the ascension. This deepening interest in the crises is what we want for you more than anything else, so that you'll care for each other. While you did not have major land inundations, the disasters of the Revelations have not occurred as we thought they would, you did certainly see the effects of Hurricane Mitch garner worldwide support and publicity for the afflicted countries. And I say, what another time loop this is. Fascinating. Mitch and Milton both start with the same two letters, M-I, and they both have the letter T in them. So we just had Hurricane Milton, scared the crap out of people, and here they say the effects of Hurricane Mitch, which did happen back in the 90s, garnered worldwide support and publicity for the affected countries. Wow. Okay, we got Lion Media. Hey, David, how do you interpret 45 switching to a black hat 10 days before the election? Is he pointing to 10 days of darkness? That's a good one. I hadn't even thought of that. Will this attack cause the grid to go down? I don't know. I really don't know. I hope not, but I'm prepared if it does. I don't know how dramatic this is going to be. It may be that we coast right through the 5th with no big deal. I mean, I'm not necessarily anticipating it to be as bad as we're potentially preparing for, but on the other hand, I would also say absolutely you want to prepare for the worst. You want to, be ready if it goes that way, but I really don't think that it will. So anyway, let's keep going with these slides because we got so much to get through. We're still only on the 2nd. Here we go. Similarly, when we were asked similar questions about why we did not stick to the 1998 deadline, where California sinks into the ocean, second coming of Christ, Ascension would have occurred if that prophecy was true, the answer was that society had progressed in many vital and important ways not heretofore seen, which allowed us to have much more latitude in terms of the events that had been predicted and their relative ability and or inability to come to pass at the appropriate time. So because we progressed, we internalized these timeless lessons of love, the lessons of Christ, the lessons of service to others. Our planet was saved from destruction. That's what they always wanted. They wanted us to have a non-catastrophic ascension. We're on that timeline. It was set up in the Bible with all the crucifixion and spike metaphors, the spikes on the head, the spikes in the arms, and the spike in the side, the corona, etc., etc. When you have so much to offer, do not neglect to forget the parts of yourself that would seek to hinder any of this support and guidance. So what they're saying is, we want you to forget about the parts of yourself that hold you back from being a loving, godly person. We want you to, learn how to be more loving. Forever remain standing in the present, focused entirely on that which is still to come, the glory of the ascension and the new kingdom that awaits you all. Isn't this inspiring? It's amazing. Regardless of how you get there or whether you think it is true, it does force all of you to examine the issues of death. Indeed, any disaster prophecy that is given is an opportunity to look squarely into the face of your own mortality and to realize the potentials that exist for you to make a transition. Well, we're getting disaster prophecies right now. And then at the same time, I had this thing where I fell on my foot and my ankle goes crunchity crunch crunch. And then my dad thinks I broke my ankle. And I was looking at my own mortality like, wow, should I be doing a show tomorrow or should I be going to the hospital like Dad would tell me to? And this is just my own personal mirror of a process we're all going through. We face death with this economic thing, cyber attack, hurricanes, you name it. There's all these threats out there. 1998 could have been a much more grievous year, but as we have already stated, the changes that have occurred in society were in some senses on the order of being at the last minute, and that has saved us from having to have huge catastrophes. The debacle surrounding Clinton, this was a Lewinsky scandal, and now we've got another debacle surrounding Clinton, except this time it's the woman, not the man. But they're talking about both. They're talking about the present, so this is a time loop. There is a debacle surrounding Clinton right now, absolutely. She's still very much actively speaking, pushing for this agenda to move forward, fronted by the sister, as they called her in the time loop, that they have unfinished business. They want to get in there and they want to control everything. And the alliance is opposing them and they haven't been able to succeed. The debacle surrounding Clinton did actually relieve the pressure on the planet by bringing issues from the mass consciousness to the fore, like racism. They're always pushing the racism. So now we've gotten out there and healed that stuff. I think people are a lot less racist than they used to be, if they had any. We've learned that we need to get along. bringing issues from mass consciousness to the fore, and then giving a platform through which the entities in your society might then have an opportunity to forgive these actions, seeing and knowing the reflection of self therein. And don't forget that the first debacle surrounding Clinton was a sexual debacle where you either had the choice to judge him for what he did or to be forgiving. And they told us if people had judged him that we would have had the pole shift in 1998. If everybody said, F you, we hate you, we want you to die, we want you to be tortured, killed, because you messed around with this woman in the Oval Office and you guys played games with the cigar, whatever, that would have killed the planet. But thankfully, enough of us forgave him that we didn't end up on that timeline. That's what they're saying. It's very interesting stuff. This crucially important point was the cornerstone that marked the entire downturn of the need for such severity and intensity of prophecies. Imagine that, the Lewinsky. Now, when we speak of the matters concerning the Hall of Records, we have an entirely different story. Those records still waiting to be found around the Giza Plateau, which is again from Rata, revealing the Atlantean history, all that stuff. These records have been strictly sanctioned by the ruling powers that be, the Board of Egyptian Antiquities, and the various political representatives therein. And what's so weird about this is that my ex-wife Elizabeth has spent the whole month of October, I don't know if she's back yet, but she's been in Egypt specifically filming various things and putting them up on her channels. And so this is time looped into what she's doing right now. The time loop is just dazzling. I don't even think she'd ever been to Egypt before. Far from being a cry for help, it is a desire to conceal and stifle the opportunity for these discoveries to be made public. So who is for dinner? Who have we invited over for this party? Well, that could be like a political party, right? Think about it. Who have we invited? Why was the second coming of Christ hailed as 1998 simultaneously with the advent of the Hall of Records being renewed in the public consciousness? That was another part of the prophecy, was that the Hall of Records would be unsealed. And it's interesting, isn't it? Understand that there are varying levels of prophecy, and there is a level corresponding to metaphysical or superphysical where these things have already taken place. Great land masses of your public's consciousness have indeed subsided, as California metaphorically represents the striving, yearning spirit that each soul has for material gains and the joy of the West Coast. And this is another weird one, folks, because just last week, I was on here specifically talking about the West Coast and living in California. If you remember that, I talked about how it's got the best climate. And here they talk about it, the material gains and the joy of the West Coast. That California sinking refers to the sinking of our materialism and the desire to be in Hollywood, the desire to be famous, to have a famous music career, famous film career, famous TV career. All that stuff metaphorically is represented by California, the striving, yearning spirit for material gains. So these great land masses have subsided. The era of celebrities is over. So this continues to be a fascinating time loop. So too did we see in 98 the sudden dramatic crashing of the nation's economy. All economists as of January 2nd, 99 seem to agree that consumer spending and confidence has gone way down as a result of the most recent market fluctuation. Of course, we did have a 1999 computer collapse. It hadn't happened yet, but the dot-com collapse was in 99, and they were predicting that. And it obviously went back up to new highs after this point, but there was a dot-com collapse in 99. And this is, again, a good time loop to the present because the economy is now in terrible shape. It's been suddenly and dramatically crashing, just like they said. We also have the knowledge from an associate of David's that those with large financial holdings are now being required to only withdraw $10,000 at a time from their own accounts, and they have to create an itemized list of distinctions to where the money is going to go, finances will go. This stunning new development represents the obvious fact that powers that be are deciding upon some very important factors for the future. Well, this is the kind of stuff that's happening now. People are being blocked on how much cash they can withdraw, sometimes $2,000, $5,000, and in some cases, the banks are making them say what they need the money for to get it out. So this is, again, highly prophetic. The economic collapse that you saw at the end of August and beginning of September was, as we have already said, it's talking about 98, but it's probably also talking about now. I don't know how true this is for the present, but we've had an ongoing collapse. This was the metaphorical equivalent of the land inundation that you had sought. The financial collapse took place of California sinking. Similarly, we can see that the nuclear prophecy made by us in these readings had a definite analog in the physical plane, namely the impeachment of Clinton, brought about through the revelation of hardcore physical evidence. And in this case, concerning Monica Lewinsky. But wow, it's the same thing that's coming around again, except now it's the arrests, as I've been telling you. The revelation of hardcore physical evidence is coming, and Clinton is going to be one of the people affected, both of them. So this is very, very time looped into the present, and it is again, just totally mind-blowing to me. The second coming of Christ, thought by many people to be a luminous apparition of some sort, in part, actually represents this burgeoning awareness in the mass public consciousness of the inherent rightness of service to others and of keeping on an even keel with your own karmic path to enlightenment. This does not mean that there isn't actually going to be a galactic family reunion, return of Christ, etc., etc. But part of what the second coming of Christ means is the dawning of Christ consciousness, the love, the service to others in people here on earth. And with that said, we're at the 2.5-hour mark. I think this is a good time for me to take my little bathroom break. And thank you guys for this. Thank you for being here. So please don't disappear. I know some of you probably will, but I'm just going to go right over here to the bathroom behind me. I'm not feeding the turkeys today. I don't see them. They're probably not around right now. It'll be quick. It'll just be 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, you guys. Okay, good. It looks like we only lost 150 people this time. That's not bad at all. Hit the thumbs up, says Jimmy Matheny. Hey, David, play some beautiful songs during your pee breaks so we can all sing together. That would be powerful. Well, I mean, I don't always, these shows kind of come together at the last minute.
And there's lots of things I could do for better production value that I don't do. But anyway, I'm glad that I got that done. I feel much better. Park says he's sharing this show every Sunday on his Rumble now. Thank you for that. David, your fly is down. That's not true. It's actually not, but you know, people like to joke around. Anyway, so this is very fascinating stuff, and we hardly lost anybody, just 100, 150, that's all. So I'm back, and let's dive right back into this amazing stuff that we're looking at here, that the second coming of Christ metaphorically corresponds to the burgeoning awareness of the rightness of service to others on a massive level. That's what all of this is about. You're learning how to get along with your family if they don't agree with you politically. Races are learning how to get along with other races. We have a classism of, you know, people at different economic levels learning to get along with each other. Religious wars, learning to tolerate different cultures of religion. We have age wars, older people versus younger people in different generations. All of those things are being healed. This is all part of the Ascension, the second coming of Christ. That's what they're saying. Although you yourselves would most likely not see such a change, we can say that the vibrational equivalent of what we're witnessing going on with your planet is similar to that of one who has a dimmer switch and has suddenly cranked up the volume such that your planet's luminous glow has become brighter in a very short time. So they actually can see the planet transforming. Oh, the turkeys are sad because they want food. You guys are still out there? You're going to have to wait, guys. I'm sorry. You're going to have to wait. They're looking at me like, oh my God, you didn't feed us? Last Sunday I did, but I wanted to stick to the show. Anyway, they'll be okay. It's a beautiful sunny day, and they'll hang around, wait for me, because they're hungry. So today I'm just gonna try to. I didn't want the break to be very long. So literally, as we become more loving on a planetary level, they see the glow increasing. Oh, now there's two of them. They're looking right in. There's another one. There's a whole. They're getting ready to walk off in disgust, I think, but they want to let me know they're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they're all walking around right now. Anyway, sorry, turkeys, you got shafted today, but we'll get you later, and I'll call to them and sing to them when I'm done with the show. So as we become more loving on the angelic level these beings are at, they literally see the planet's glow increasing. Just like the meditation effect causes more people to be happy, 72% reduction in crime, the planet's glow actually gets brighter on that ET level. They can actually see it. It's really cool. As you have made progress that was unanticipated, we are hoping that you will continue to do so in the very near future. Were this to be the case, you will be discovered that many more of the prophecies from Nostradamus and the like, meaning the Bible, might not occur either. The idea of a world war is already long overdue in the eyes of many prophets, and yet you do not see it coming to fruition. Well, there you go. We just had, before I unsealed this on Saturday, the same day as when it comes out that only 4 people died in the attack on Iran. The world war that they wanted to have on Friday did not come to fruition. Isn't that interesting? This time loop is absolutely amazing. This dawning public consciousness also realizes it is not necessary to play out these doomsday scenarios simply because they are expected to happen. This is exactly what we've been seeing with both of the wars we got right now, as I wrote when I first unsealed this. As you may or may not be aware, this was indeed the case behind the situations occurring surrounding Ronald Reagan and the nuclear arms race with Russia. There isn't actually going to be a war, even though people are afraid there might be. As these forces in the government felt they were simply fulfilling biblical prophecy, they did not see the error in their ways. Now we have something completely different. Clinton, and of course this is time loop to the present because she's still out there, represents the first baby boomer to become president, the first representative of the hippie generation. As we have seen his rise and downfall. So look at the 2 words that are read. Clinton's downfall. That's happening again. So too have we seen the rise and fall of the mass public consciousness and its opinions surrounding global politics. This is very much time looped into the present. All of you have at various times been able to secure a foothold into the higher realms through your desire to be of service and to help others.
And now we see that this cosmic foothold is indeed increasing. This increase is occurring through processes not as severe as what might have occurred before. That's their main message. We're not going to have disaster. But did you catch the other thing? How did I injure my ankle? I injured my ankle because I could not secure a foothold. And then the injury was not as severe as I thought it might have been. I didn't actually break my ankle. Now I'm walking around pretty well. So that was the first of some of these ankle injury prophecies that were in the time loop, and I'm reading this immediately after I just injured my ankle, which actually created this massive chiropractic adjustment that's going to help me to walk better. And I can already feel it. I can already feel it working. So this was a very interesting thing. And thus you have a situation with Clinton which is doing work that no earth change or catastrophe could ever do, and yet is vitally important. And then I got loud knocks over the log home from sunlight as I pasted these words into the show. So here's the thing. All of this stuff that's being exposed, all of this upsetting war that's going on between 45 and Kamala, all of this stuff that's leading up to November, all of the exposure of dark things, this is our karmic process to see the negativity on Earth, to have a non-catastrophic ascension. That's what they're saying. These conditions alleviate the need for Earth changes. We're not going to need to have biblical Earth changes because we're learning our lessons. The lesson is about being more loving and Christ-like. If we start doing that on a collective level, whether we're religious or not, that's going to reduce the need for any of these catastrophes to even happen. And they become less violent. California sinking is actually about the sinking of Hollywood, not the physical landmass anymore. What we have discovered is that this situation has led to a profound inner searching and desire for change on behalf of the planet as a whole, and particularly American society and its inhabitants. This has led to a lessening of the strength of negative vibrations surrounding your planet, and for that we are very excited. A female friend of mine from second grade, this is in the dream, this part I think might have been in the book or might not, but this is also prophetic. This is the dream right after. So right after I did that reading, I go back to dictating the dream. That's what we're into now. Female friend of mine from second grade, when I first met her, I was not excited about seeing her. She ended up turning into one of these bad seed kids. She was aging very quickly and had enormous difficulties with social situations, and she was a drinker and a druggie. And I think this is obviously talking about Miss K. I think that's exactly what this is about, based on the time loops. Because she's definitely out there wasted all the time, as far as I can tell. She was very into drinking, smoking, and drugging. In this dream, I came face to face with her. At first, she was verbally abusive, harsh, and confrontational. I think a lot of us have heard about her being that way privately. Not someone you would want to be around, but I was just very nice and tried to smooth things over so there was no discord. And that's the whole point. Thank you, Miss K, for doing what you're doing. Thank you for being willing to have that role, which is essentially a very derogatory role. I mean, you know, a lot of embarrassment. She's probably going to lose. I don't think it's really going to go any other way. And that actually, her sacrifice in that sense of making herself look like a fool and supporting something and being so duplicitous and never willing to answer a question, never willing to make a concrete statement, that's facilitating our awakening. So we thank you. We love you for that. You know, you're helping the planet in your own strange way. Even if you're sitting there with the bottle in your hand, well, your opponent is out there serving fries. That's obviously a meme. That's not really her. Anyway, the amazing thing was that in a very short amount of time, instead of meeting her anger and spitefulness with more of the same, I just told her that I loved her and I let my love overflow my boundaries. Very quickly, we were hugging cheek to cheek. I said how much I loved her and that I'd remember and been around her since she was a little girl. So this is, again, the concept of forgiveness. Once you understand the role she's really playing, the turkeys are still trying to get me to feed them. They're like, what the hell are you doing, man? They're all lurking around outside. It's funny. I might have to take a turkey break here. We'll see. I think they can wait, though. It's only going to be another hour or so. So this is saying, you know, it's basically I'm having this loving moment with Kamala, forgiving her, and that's somewhere we should all be. You do not want to hate her. If you hate her, you're not getting the point. Okay? You love her, but you also have the boundaries, and you say no, and you do what you're going to do when you go out there in November so that this doesn't continue. That's the whole point. I was thinking back to first and second grade and how much she had changed since then, and then the reading kicks in right at this point. And so, in short, after they give us this little lesson on Kamala, embrace the opportunity to be here now in the present moment, live for the promise of a new tomorrow, which is the cosmic trigger of what this is doing, now made a scientific fact by the discovery and unfurling of the solar cycle is now seen. My turkeys are hungry. They're so sad. Therefore, when all else seems to fail you, you can remember that things are indeed changing very rapidly, and that this culmination point is towards a destination so impossibly fantastic that it is outside our realm of expertise to be able to properly reveal it to you. That's the Ascension, unless you yourself have progressed far enough to get a glimpse of it in your dreams. We thank you, and we will be with you as you think on these things. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So this time loop is in some ways even more amazing than the last two, because it's not just this one day, it goes on into the next day. So we're going to go right into January 3rd now, and the time loop continues. And some of this, I think, was in the book, and then some of it was not. He who transcribes this into great detail gives a lot more of an account of what we are knowing as being possible in the eternal present moment. So they're talking about me, that I'm the one transcribing this, and they already know that this is possible in the present, that we're having non-catastrophic ascension. The first time he attempted to do this, which I assume was as Cayce, the fish swim in the sea in a direction that was rather haphazard. And I think the fish are talking about Christians and people not realizing what was really going to be happening, that we're actually going to have an ascension. But now, as this process has been refined somewhat, the news will be made public, which we're doing right now, and the fish will again ride the current of the tide. The Christians are unifying, they're coming together, and we're all seeing where this is going. It's not just about what's happening in November. It's not just about, oh, this guy that you don't like might become president. Oh my God, oh my God. No. It's who's behind him. It's the alliance. And it's what are they going to reveal as soon as they get the opportunity to do so? Or will they reveal it before January 6th when he's inaugurated? Because honestly, the DS is going to fight back with everything they had. They've already told us in these readings to expect the economic collapse. And they already told us in the time loop it's not going to take very long. So this is a pretty nice little shout out to me. And then they say, there has never been a truer opportunity to embrace your true self and allow that wisdom to naturally unfold. And therefore, do not fret, but be clear and lucid about the future, as it is indeed a very glorious one. So don't be afraid. It's all going to be good. They say that is all for now. Then we have a dream on this day. And I don't know if this one's in the book or not, because I tried to get you some new stuff. It was Cheryl at first. She was the director of the church I used to go to, the Fellowship. And Saturday Night Live was on television, and they've been doing a lot of political stuff lately, so that's time looped as well. We were watching Saturday Night Live, and we thought it was supposed to be funny, but nobody was laughing. In their skit that they had on Saturday Night Live, there was a guy sitting in a bar, and then somebody in a weird, phony-looking bear costume walks in while the guy is sitting there. It was obviously somebody in a bright yellow Big Bird puppet costume. So there's the idea of them being puppets, of being phonies, the idea that this is like Sesame Street, that, Big Bird is not associated as being an intelligent character. He speaks in very simplistic ways, just like Miss K would. So I think that's what we're talking about. And she's wearing a costume. You don't really get to know what she is. She's hiding herself. The yellow bear costume was similar to something you would see on Sesame Street. The puppet had its big giant mouth open, and inside were 2 wine or champagne bottles. The implication was that the guy at the bar in this SNL skit was supposed to grab the wine and start drinking. So there again, she's associated as a puppet. She's associated with drinking. She seems to be perpetually wasted. And this guy is all part of this skit. And, they've been making fun of her on Saturday Night Live. So there you go. Someone gave him very explicit instructions not to drink the one that the bear had for itself. Apparently that one had more of a strawberry or fruit flavor to it. He did it anyway, and as a result of drinking this, his whole face erupted with shaving cream. This was what happened. At first it was just a mustache, and then it was a beard and goatee. So, I believe that the forbidden potion that you're not supposed to drink, which ends up killing him, because you're going to see shaving cream come out of his eyes and then he died, that's talking about the treatments. That's talking about this, that they often use this analogy of something that you have to drink, because in this case it's something that was, given to you a different way, but a lot of people have had problems from this, and a lot of people have died. And so they say very explicit instructions not to drink what the bear wants you to drink. It's supposed to be a fruity flavor. They have a fruity agenda in many ways if you think about it. And then he did it anyway, and when he drank what they told him on television to drink, he starts dying. His face explodes with shaving cream. First it's just a mustache, then the beard and goatee, then the mustache and beard grew and grew, and then it was his eyebrows. Suddenly his eyes were gushing with shaving cream, and that was when he died. So this is a very dramatic portrayal of a Saturday Night Live show, and this was not in the books, actually. This is newly unsealed in the original transcripts. Anybody can go back and see them in my hard drives, on the cassette tapes, etc. This is talking about the deaths from the treatments in a very shocking visual way. And so, yeah, some people did not make it in this war. Some people got hurt by this and actually killed by this. It was treated as though it were funny in the dream. That's the way these people actually think. If they did this on purpose, if they deliberately made it poisonous, they wanted people to disappear and they think it's funny. That's what we're dealing with. But we still have to forgive them. At the same time this happened, Cheryl was in a room similar to the house I grew up in, 621. We were both watching this television show, and there was a little girl in the room, and I knew that the bear belonged to her. The little girl was very beautiful, Christ-like and kind, much like Kira, John's daughter, who was about maybe 5 years old when I was living there before he kicked me out. The little girl basically knew she was going to be dying, and she had had the thing from the bear, right? So this is again talking about these horrible early deaths that are occurring. Somehow I knew it in advance. I didn't want to say anything. The little girl also knew it was going to happen. She was asking questions like, what will I feel like on the other side? Do they have other children there? Things like that. The mother was actually being supportive and answering her questions. For some reason, I might have been contemplating turning the television back on at this point. This was strange because out of the blue, it was no longer the director of my church. It was the director of the ARE, who we're not going to use his name. But he's the guy, he became the director eventually, and then he got involved in this horrible scandal where he was facilitating child abuse at the summer camp that they had, and he got, he had to resign in disgrace because of lawsuits. But this was the guy who also told me, you're not really him, Edgar Cayce reincarnated, we don't believe you. And he shut me out. So anyway, his wife's name was Mary, and she had given me a hard time in the past. The surprising thing was that now she was calling me Casey and being supportive, not David. And she said, Casey, would you go and turn on the music, please? Put something on. Well, what I'm doing right now is symbolic of the music. I'm giving you the music of the spheres, the teachings of the higher forces. And they called me Casey, which is obviously showing the reincarnation. I saw my old stereo from home, and she motioned towards it. I got up and put music on. The fact that she called me Casey was astounding and bizarre. Now, this is another time loop, folks, because one of the people we've been working with is a woman of color named Casey, and she's been trying to get us a small $5 million deal, and they went and appraised our building, and the appraisal came in too low, and now we don't know if we're going to get the loan or not. But before Chris even left, and one of the places he went was China, we do have, there's a benevolent deal that we can do where it was set up by 45. They have to invest in America, that production has to be in America, the jobs have to be American jobs, and we're releasing a product that's sold in America. That's the only way. They're working through all these tight regulations, and so it is a Chinese company, but they're doing it all through 45's legal structure, and we're hoping that this is one of the deals we're going to be able to do. There's tons and tons of manufacturing partnerships with them. And when Chris was out there talking to them, we found out that, yeah, they really don't want to be at war with us. They just want to get along, and they want to cooperate. And the people we're working with are all trying to find a way to get the hell out of there and come here and create jobs here and invest their money here. And this is the way to do it. because it's gotten very, very difficult for them to make any investments here. So I wasn't prepared to disclose that it was China yet, but that just popped out, so I guess I had to do it. There you go. So that's one of multiple countries we're working with, not the only one. Then we have more time loop material from the next day. It just goes on and on. This is from July 4th. The dream had a lot of different sections, including a section where people were disanimated. That might again be about the treatments that we were just discussing, the shaving cream thing, saying that I'd been around for 25 or 30,000 years. Well, with all the Cayce incarnations, that is true. There was carnal content in the dream. I was getting turned on at various points. Oops, and that text fragment shouldn't be there. That's a mistake. That'll show up later. So then this is what the readings say. So the carnal content, basically, it's the idea of the end of the 25,000-year cycle. We're purging the carnal content in the mass consciousness. We're learning how to be cleaner and nicer to each other. So then they say variations of the round peg in the square hole idea. Well, this is again talking about the election, that it's like trying to put a round peg in a square hole. She's just not fitting in with the public consciousness. They can't get people to want to vote for her, and they're really, really concerned about this. That's what I think it means. If each particle flew in opposite directions, then this is like the fish metaphor again, then we would never be able to consolidate the forces for readings in such a matter. The crocodile of the Christ consciousness will indeed bite your arm off if you are not careful. We have tried to be rather cautious here about what we do and do not tell you. I don't think this was in the books. But the crocodile of the Christ consciousness, I think, is talking about the reptilians, the fact that they do eat people, but they say we're being cautious about what we do and don't tell you, so they're kind of talking around it. But you definitely don't want to have... Now the turkeys are pounding on the glass upstairs. They're really hungry. I don't know. Maybe I should take another break and feed them at some point. But we'll see. They're literally starting to pound on the walls now. So again, they're, in this election, they've got it going in opposite directions. She is the round peg in the square hole. And what's behind her is this crocodile that will bite our arm off on a planetary level if we're not careful. So this is very metaphorically encrypted, but incredibly relevant to the present. This crocodile is represented by the DS, and they will bite our arm off if we didn't stop them. So it's very important that we all swim in the right direction together. And yet at the same time, all around you are these heavenly higher realms, instantly accessible in every moment if you would just simply try. And then I decided to stop here, and that was where I was going to stop unsealing. I instantly got 2 loud clicks from the logs in the house, and it's so funny because they literally are pounding on the wall. They want their food now. They're mad. And so that's another time loop. Something fell off the roof just before I reached this point again during the night, last night, October 27th. Okay, so now the final one from October the 13th. I found more time loops. The original transcripts cut off from October 10th, 1999 through from January 10th, 99 through most of January, most of February is not in the books. There's just a few here and there, but I had these missing tapes. When John kicked me out, it was like, oh my God, I'm so sad, and I stopped transcribing. And I just was in depression. So then I never went back and did those tapes because I couldn't get caught up. I didn't have enough time. I had this website, was taken off. So these are readings that nobody's ever seen before. These are brand new, unsealed things that you've never seen before, even if you have Michael Prophecies, even if you ordered it. And they are dazzling. And I just found this yesterday after my ankle had gotten messed up, and I have to sit there, I can't walk, and I'm working through all this stuff. So this dream centered around a guy who lived inside the sculpture from the Fellowship called the Eye of God. Well, we know what that is. That's the metaphor of the DS. And as I said that, there's the sound of the phone ringing and ringing and ringing. So we're seeing that this is a dream about the DS and their occult beliefs. We were at some sort of gathering or party at someone's house down by the street I grew up on, Charles Street. There were definitely people there who were like a mental case, and this guy was one of them. So there you go. The people in this group are now being seen on a wide level as being mental cases. She's looked at as a mental case. She's not going to win. It's obvious now. If you haven't dealt with that yet, you really should, so you don't get too traumatized. It's going to be fine, I promise. And then I had it again. And then I was transcribing this in Santa Monica in June 2006, the first place I lived. There was a disruptive, loud party above me, so that's an important thing. I made a note about that. The guy was being watched. This is the Alliance watching the DS. We could see through the glass on this object. At first, all you could see was that it was stuffed with dirty clothes. So there again is the soiled garments, that they're the DS, they're being watched by the Alliance. It's all time looped. The eye of God, right? The phone ringing off the hook. They can't answer the call. They're not going to be able to win. And the dirty clothes, which is the soiled garments, that they're being seen for what they are. Then the man inside the object was from the psychology center. He was trying to get in touch with the guy he was looking for, and at first there were clothes inside. It was as though this thing was moving around the room collecting the dirty clothes. It was pretty scary, too, because we saw what was collecting the clothes as the other. It was a presence that didn't have the highest good and highest interests involved. So this is, again, talking about people on the mass level seeing the dirty clothes of the DS, seeing that they're trying to do harm to us, and not liking that fact. It's a presence that does not have our highest good involved. Now they go right into the reading. Now remember, I've never seen this. I mean, yeah, I transcribed it in 2006 for the first time from 99, but I never really even spent much time looking at it. I just transcribed it and moved on. The first time I saw this was yesterday, and it's obviously time looped to the present, and the very first thing they do is give us an immediate future prophecy of what to expect as we head into November, and this is dazzling. It's dazzling. Many seers do believe that within a month or two, November or December, there will be many opportunities for greatness. So it's not going to be as bad as we think. They're already telling us that. Isn't that dazzling? Within a month or two, there will be many opportunities for greatness. They've been talking about Kamala, all that stuff. Other than that, believe us when we say that the world of organized materialism is indeed soon to collapse. That's the exposure of the group. That's where the opportunities for greatness come from. You're going to see a collapse. There are those who point the finger towards the churches of organized materialism and insist that they will bail it out, that the Fed will lower the interest rates at such and such a date, will be fine. Well, it's also talking about pointing the finger, right, like she did, towards the churches in the talk that just happened. Another amazing time loop. They're just racking up here. The world of organized materialism is soon to collapse within a month or two. Wow. And some people think that the Fed will bail us out. That's not going to happen. Be well advised, the prophesied events must still come to pass, even as their precise triangulations upon dates might seem to be misplaced. You will indeed find that the entire aura of consumer confidence takes a sharp nosedive as awareness continues to be grounded. Well, this was also, obviously that's talking about our economy, but it's also talking about my sharp dive as I fell on my foot and that I got grounded and I had this bruised ankle that I thought might have been broken while I was reading this as I was unsealing this yesterday. This is the first time I saw it. And I'm like, oh my God, this has got to be in the show. So the nosedive, that totally fits with what just happened to me. Unfortunately, you will notice that he has been blacklisted. That's talking about 45. That's another dazzling time loop, that they don't want you to ever have anything positive about him. They blacklisted him, and they've done the same thing to me. I mean, I used to get millions of views. Now it's very, very hard to get anything. I mean, we're still doing well with 7,000, but nothing like I used to get. To seem surprised is not good enough. You need to notice that the shoelaces have indeed been tied, and this will prevent forward motion in a fashion that is heavier than some others. Well, what happens if your shoelaces are tied and you can't move forward? You might trip and fall. It's a classic prank to make people fall. You tie their shoelaces together when they're not looking. I mean, don't do that. You're subject to legal liability, but this is another prophecy of me injuring my ankle. So the injury of the ankle was all part of the time loop of this thing from 1999, 25 years ago, talking about him being blacklisted. Isn't that amazing? They've tried to tie 45 shoelaces together to prevent him from winning in a fashion that's heavier than others. They're using the whole media to do this, To seem surprised by it is not good enough. You don't just get surprised by the fact this is happening. Understand what's really going on and why they're really doing this, folks. That's the key. Okay, we got some donations flying in. Linda Edwards, $10. Bless you, David. May the heavenly angel protect and provide for you. And it's your first super chat. Thank you, Linda. And we love you, and we're glad that you're here. Somebody's telling me, gobble, gobble, please. Please feed your turkeys. Go feed your turkeys. Feed your turkeys. Feed your turkeys. Okay. When I get done, actually, what the hell? I'll take you guys' advice. I'll put the turkeys out of their pain. We'll go feed them right now, okay? That way they're happy, I'm happy, everything's done. Miles Irvin, this is for the turkeys. Please feed them. You guys, I'll be back as soon as I can. I'll go do this right now. All right, here we go. Sorry.
Well, thank you guys for advising me. They were very, very happy. We have some very, very happy turkeys out there. Nobody's sad now. They all got their food. They got their dinner. They're going to go home happy. We gave them the equivalent of like 6 bowls. So that's everything they need to get through it. So I'm back. And we did lose some people. But anyway, thank you guys for still being here. Those of you who are still here. A little bit of sweat on my face now. But it's good. We're running this show and we're still live. And thank you for letting me feed my turkeys and encouraging me to do so. Now they're very, very happy. And they need to fatten up. Well, it's going right back up. Now we're at 5,100 viewers. None of you guys really left. You just went on a bathroom break like me. I took another bathroom break, actually. I had a little bit more. Lindy Sims, can you pray for Phoenix, my cat? He's missing. Love to all. Thank you, David. We absolutely pray for your cat. And thank you for bringing that opportunity to us. I'm sure everybody right now is praying for your cat to come home. Robert Anton Wilson, yes, that's where he wrote the book Cosmic Trigger. Okay, so thank you for giving me a chance to feed these birds. There was 15 of them out there, something like that, 12 to 15. I didn't really count. But I did film it on my little DJI Pocket 3, and they were very, very happy. Mick Boswell donated. He says, thank you from the turkeys. Joy Berman just donated. Thank you very much. Diane G. made a pun. We can now say the turkeys are fed up. Me and Daisy, my cat, are listening to our #1 podcast, says Linda Baker. Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, it would be dazzling to be somebody on the outside watching this and thinking about the implications of what Michael is telling us in these time loops, because I'm the one doing the show, and my mind is just completely blown by how time looped all this is with the election, with all the stuff that's happening now. It really does blow me away, and it is like a drug. I mean, you know, the way I'm staying clean and sober is by doing these shows. This is like a drug, but it's a benevolent drug because I get to have fun with all these new unsealed time loops. In fact, let me actually, I'll keep talking here, but I'm going to actually go grab the tapes so you can see what's going on and where all this stuff is located, where it came from. You're still with me. I'm still live. I have a long microphone cable. But, you know, sometimes seeing is believing. So that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm going to show you the tapes. Okay? It's pretty cool. So, this is the first one. Actually, that's the second one. Let's do the first one first. Okay, so what's going to be the best angle to show this to you from? Probably 5. Why did I hit 5 on? Okay, so as you can see here, these are the original Michael cassettes. And then if you look over here, let's see, is it in focus? I got focus there. Okay, that's in focus. So if you look here, this says 12/12/98 to 12/22/98, and it actually says UNT, which means untranscribed. So all of that one might still need to be transcribed, actually. But then all these things over here, untranscribed, and then this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this is January 11th, or January 1st to January 3rd, and then January 3rd to 7th. January, et cetera, et cetera. These are all the untranscribed tapes that I just found. You can see I'd crossed this out because I transcribed in 2006. These are what we're reading off of right now. The one that we're reading out of right now would be this tape right here. There you go. That's the original tape that I did back in '99. And it's got all this interesting stuff on it. And now I'm going to show you the other one so you can see there's even more of these untranscribed tapes. So I have them in archival boxes. Then they have the date range on the side that shows, you know, when did these occur? This says 6/3/98 to 3/1/99. So this contains most of them right here. But then I also brought out this box, and this actually has a lot more of them in there. So once again, look at this. In fact, let's do camera 3 now. These are all the untranscribed tapes right here, untranscribed. And I crossed it out as I fixed them. So all of this stuff right here was the stuff that I had never transcribed. And then I got back into it. And so these down here are in the Michael Prophecies, but the earlier ones were not. Let's see if I can get that in focus. There it is. Now it looks like it's in focus. Okay. So you can actually see that. You can look at it up close. Zoom in on that stuff. Try not to get the light on it. And I just did this over and over again, filling them up 90 minutes at a time. And so you can see where all the untranscribed are. I wrote UNT on it, and then I crossed it out when I did this. So all of these are brand new. I just discovered these. It's very, very exciting. I remember now when I transcribed them in 2006, but I was just cranking this stuff out like a machine. So now you've actually seen the untranscribed cassettes, which is one of the things I wanted to do today. Starseed Essence says, thank you, David. Happy Sunday Fun Day. You rock. You do look so much like Edgar Cayce. It's really wild. I know. It's a very, very strange thing to have somebody else's face who's already a famous historical figure, but it's also my face. It's the face I grew up with. It's really, really weird. And then the astrology is really, really strange. It's so time looped in with each other. And, you know, I don't know what to make out of all of it, except that I don't want to be like, I want to do the best job that I can do. I want to be the best David that I can be. I don't need to be Edgar Cayce. I'm a different person. I've got a different mission here, different objectives. So you will notice that 45, I think that's who they're talking about, has been blacklisted. To seem surprised is not good enough. You got to really understand why they're doing this to him. His shoelaces have been tied to prevent forward motion in a fashion that is heavier than some others. They don't want you to like him. And this again ties in with my weird ankle injury that I had at the same time right before I unsealed this. It turned out to be okay. In context, I say this further indicates the materialistic world is going to fall flat on its face, i.e. the idea of untied shoelaces. This is written on June 17th, 2006, the first time I ever unsealed it. And then I said, this appears to be a prophecy of spraining my ankle. Earlier today, it has grounded me and kept me on this unsealing. Then they say, eclipse the material concerns by striking out the rebellious parts that innately reside within the personality. Live instead in the glory of the transcension of fear and of the material constraints. That's what they want you to do. Strike out the rebellious parts in your personality that would make you think that this is all just doom and gloom and that it's all going in a negative direction, and instead transcend the fear with glory and transcend your material constraints. Understand in many cases there are indeed major significant events in the personality revolving around self-acceptance and self-integration. And that's also learning to accept others, not just yourself. Self-integration is ultimately about learning to accept others as well. So again, they want you to get beyond the material concerns, transcend fear and materialism. Because we have allowed this to continue, this sense of separateness, it is imperative that we also reach its fruition. Therefore, when we mitigate the concerns stemming from the rational mind with the hard documentable evidence coming from the irrational mind or that of the light body, you no longer need to worry about who and what we are. So again, the separateness must be brought to fruition. That means they are going to return. They are going to come back. We're going to get to see these galactic brothers and sisters again. And this is all about the activation of the light body. So the rational mind doesn't want to believe it. The rational mind says, I can't believe that UFOs are coming back, ETs, angels are coming back. But that's the rational mind. And then the irrational mind is building the light body. And as you do that, you don't need to worry about who and what we are. It's imperative that you go past separateness and realize that they are going to reach their fruition with us. It really does do one justice to think that the entire period of suffering is relinquished by the simple acceptance of the desire to serve and love others. So they're talking about that justice will be served. That's what's going to happen, what the Alliance is doing. And this will relinquish our suffering on earth. Everybody will have more money. Everybody will be much happier. What should be more interesting is how the notion of the fall from materiality
corresponds directly in the archetypal sense to that which occurs each and every day when choices are made to fall away from the pure rarefied being that innately exists within you all. So we fall away from that pure being when we indulge in materiality, and as we learn to rekindle our divine selves, then the suffering is relinquished and justice is served. And then again, this also was about my ankle injury and that my suffering will be relinquished, which it was. Today I'm pretty normal. The ship stays docked in port, unable to go any further unless it is called upon by an outside force. The vehicle of ascension to the heavens that we speak of requires a degree of contact. This contact is necessary in order that the sails may catch wind, and forward motion and progress might then be granted. Okay, so the ship staying docked in port, well, what was going on was that Chris had gone to had gone to China to get us this deal that's all, written out by the last administration before this one. They have to invest money in America. They have to create American jobs. The manufacturing has to be done in America, and we're selling it in America. All they get to do is put money in, but it really is only benefiting our country in terms of jobs and manufacturing. So I'm really happy to be a part of that deal that 45 created for us. So trying to create peace between these countries. So the vehicle of ascension to the heavens, well, we just did this deal on making vehicles, and, also hover cars are coming. So the ship staying docked in port, etc. The sails may catch wind. Well, this is really strange, you guys, because I had just looked up this strange word a couple days ago. I saw it on one of the websites I look at. The word is synecdoche. And it's a very strange word that refers to the idea of like if you're calling cattle, we have 100 head of cattle. Well, to call them 100 head, a synecdoche is a word where you're simplifying something down into a part of what it is, and then you talk about it from that part. So you're talking about cows, but you're saying 100 head. So you're only using the head of the cow, but then you make that analogy. So I was looking this word up, and then as to explain how synecdoche works, they used the idea of 10 sail, indicating 10 sailboats. So like 10 head of cattle, 10 sail, 10 sailboats. That's another layer of it. So I just looked up this word, and the definition of the word, in order to understand it, you got to visualize sailboats. And as you'll see again, this reading was just talking about sailboats. And then there's another strange synchronicity to me, which is synecdoche sounds very similar to Schenectady, which is the city that I grew up next door to. So I had just looked up this word, and then here it is. The ship stays in port, 10 sail, again, meaning 10 ships. The ship stays docked in port, the vehicle of ascension, the contact, so the sails may catch wind, forward motion and progress might then be granted. So this is a personal time loop where I looked up this strange word. I'm like, what the hell does synecdoche mean? Oh, 10 sail means 10 sailboats. Like the next day after I looked up this word, they're talking about sails catching wind. And that really trips me out. When I get time loops like this, it's just like, wow, I can't even believe it. So there you go. What we often see instead is that many of you eagerly await for the trip to begin without ever untying those ropes that would hold you at port. Similarly, never exercising the will to a large enough degree to unfurl the sails so that they may catch the breath of the divine and quicken your every step with the calm, cool, and centered voice of the one Creator, flowing up through you as the creative fire and wind. So again, if you don't embrace the loving consciousness, if you don't embrace the sacredness of the universe, the existence of a higher power, the existence of angelic beings, the fact that you are protected, then your sails never catch wind and you're never really reaching the light body, reaching the ascension. So they're encouraging you to live a more spiritual, inspired life and to have a higher principle of order in how you see things. Were we to explicate these matters further, there would indeed be a time where all of this talk becomes foolish when pursued avidly without the presence of concrete information backing it up. And so the reason why I highlighted this stuff, again, is that this could be another prophecy of Mrs. K, because people are seeing her as foolish and that she's always talking without concrete information backing up what she's saying. So it's not as direct as some of the other ones, but given that all of this stuff is in a time loop, that's probably part of what they're referring to here. So that's why I highlighted those words. Why bother with the trivialities, which is what every answer she gives seems to be, when you have the realities in front of you? Why insist on going downhill? Again, that's like the idea of my falling. I went down. When you know that going uphill, though it requires some effort, will get you to the summit. Think not about the pains of labor, but of the glory of birth. Fear not for the exertion, knowing full well that the exercise will heal you. And again, it's like, as I was reading this, I was going through pain, but I believed after all these layers of metaphor that I was going to be healed. And sure enough, today I'm walking fine. And they had just talked about going downhill right before that. So again, the labor pains would represent the November situation, the fear of economic collapse, cyber attack, wars, all that stuff. But they say those are the labor pains. The glory of birth is this ascension that's being born in humanity, what's happening right now, the activation of our light bodies. And that as we go through this exercise, it will heal us. And your sails will catch wind. Live always in the presence of truth and strike down the demons of doubt that would cast you aside in fear. Well, again, I struck down on my foot, so there's another layer of prophecy there. But this is talking about the alliance and what they're getting ready to do to really expose the global corruption on a massive level. Don't live in fear. Don't get cast aside. Strike down the demons that would cast you aside in fear and make you feel that you are more secure by not taking any further action in this direction. They want you to feel afraid. If you just go along with them, you'll be more secure, but they're really actually demons in disguise. With that, let us unfold more of the dream. And then we're not going to read the dream very much. I'm just going to read ahead here. We'll catch up with this reading next week. It's 3:33 local time for me right now. Find those parts of your personality that have dropped to the ground in pain. Another bang-on prophecy about my ankle injury. Unbelievable, right? Find those parts of your personality that have dropped to the ground in pain and be the one in the crowd of hundreds who is actually willing to run out there, grab it, retrieve it, and bring it back. Just like I went and grabbed those tapes and showed them to you. So as I said here yesterday, I just dropped to the ground in pain and sprained my ankle hours before unsealing this passage. So again, the idea of running out, grabbing, and retrieving somebody and bringing them back. There was a race riot at in New Paltz back in whatever it was, 95, something like that. Right after I graduated college, I was living in the area, and there was a big fight between dumb white fraternity guys and black guys from the city, New York City. That's what we always call it, the city. And one of these fraternity brothers had his nose bloodied, and he's lying on the ground, and nobody dared go out there where all these people were fighting. And I picked up the guy and dragged him off the battlefield. And one of the people who were fighting, who was black, he ran right past me. He looked me in the eye, and he respected me, and he didn't try to hurt me. And I was the only person in the whole crowd who was brave enough to go out and drag that guy back. That's what this part of the reading is talking about. We'll read it next week. And it's a big message about not having these race riots continue. So anyway, that's the end of the Unsealed readings for this week. We're already 3.5 hours in. And we got my bathroom breaks. We got the turkeys fed. And so again, I'm just showing you a little tiny bit of 7 books worth of amazing material. It's all prophetic, and it's there for you to read now. You go to thedisclosure.com. You pick up 2 video courses, Sacred Science and Disclosure, and you pick up all 7 Michael Prophecies for only $177. That's 35 hours of me at my very finest in high-quality, amazing video, $156 off. And this is still very much needed. Now, the China deal is coming in. We hope it's going to be successful with the electric cars. We're going to be building them here. We're going to have jobs here. We're going to sell it here. It looks like he closed the deal. They said they want to do it. And I'm very excited about that. We have many other countries we're going to be working with as well. There's an upcoming Japan trip coming, lots of countries. So this is just one deal. And again, this China deal is completely non-military. There's nothing that we're doing except for commercial airliners. It's actually more like a private jet kind of thing, like if you wanted to, the equivalent of a Cessna. We have a kind of a modern-looking Cessna. I don't have a model of that. So all we're doing with China, that's part of this thing that Trump created. It can't be military. It's only commercial. So we're doing a commercial aircraft, and we're doing electric cars, and that's it. But look, you know, it wasn't our first choice to work with that country, but they're the ones who have stepped up, and they wanted to get into America. They want to be able to do this deal that 45 set up. And so we are facilitating that. And it's a very, very major automotive deal. And in the future, if you want to drive a Stevati, I would be very honored. You know, they're going to be affordable, they're going to have a high range, and they're going to look amazing. So we are getting into the car business. With all that said, that's the end of the time loops. And now we're going to get into, drum roll please, the latest Alliance posts. If you don't know what this is, I've talked about it before. They came out in 2017 with this certain letter of the alphabet. You can see it right here above me. Okay, that's what we're talking about. It's the 17th letter. Oh, we have some posts coming in. Yunam Song. David, can you talk about the author writing a murder mystery which was happening in the same building that the author was living in? Well, yeah, that's the multiples effect. And that did happen. There's lots of cases where people are thinking about something and then somebody else telepathically picks up on it in dreams, in their imagination, whatever. And then it turns out, no, it wasn't really your dream. It was actually you reading things from the collective consciousness. So this is called the multiple effects in science. And it's happened with the invention of the typewriter, the invention of the thermometer, the invention of the oxygen molecule, the invention of the telescope. Many, many examples where multiple individuals invent the same technology at the same time. And it's very, very fascinating. So thank you for bringing that up. This is part of our mass consciousness. Your thoughts are not as original as you think they are. You're having thoughts that come from the cloud. You're having thoughts that come from the mass consciousness. Well, we did lose about, 300 people from our peak today. But this is the part of the talk that you really want to be here for. So those of you who are still here, it's about 5,200 right now is what it's saying. Here it comes, because this is where we take a break from Archangel Michael for the week. These time loops have been totally amazing. I mean, I'm just baffled by the fact that this keeps happening and that they're doing such a good job. Now we want to hear the prophetic utterances of the Alliance. Again, this letter is very important. It started in 2017. They were posting on this anonymous forum, and there ended up being about 5,000 of them. And they were utterly dazzling because they were talking in very authoritative terms about something that I'd heard from Pete Peterson back in 2009 and ever since, that there was a secret part of the military, that they were working behind the scenes. There's a whole lot of stuff going on to try to ensure that we are going to be safe. It's all having to be done covertly because they don't control the media. They don't have the ability to tell us what's really going on yet. But you're going to be learning about amazing things, and it's going to change everything we knew about reality. It's all coming to a head around this November thing. It's probably going to be a landslide, but then in the aftermath, or maybe during that day, again, the cyber attack threats, all that kind of stuff, economic collapse. And we just had the time loop say during the next 2 months, you're going to see lots of things come to fruition. So the time loops are amazing. I mean, I'm so honored that angelic forces have chosen me to do this, and I guess it's because I've worked really hard for multiple lifetimes to be a good servant for the Creator. If you are out there saying, not thy word, but my word be done, then you missed the point. It's thy will be done, and then I will carry that out for you, because I realize that I'm part of some greater totality of consciousness. So, this is the Alliance, which is, intelligence communities, military, and what they do is they've posted before in this letter forum we talked about, but then more recently, and less people actually now more people probably are catching on to it because there's millions of views, bigger than the mainstream media. This name that you see on the screen is where they are doing their posting now. This is where it's all coming in. And I got to get my mouse out of there. I just realized my mouse was on the letters. We don't want that to happen. So anyway, what they do is they go on X and they make these posts, and what they're telling us is what to expect. Some of it is veiled, and they also use videos, and the number of seconds of the video goes back to the original letter posts, the letter that you see here. And so you got to count how many seconds are in the video and then go back and read that number in the original material from 2017 and 2018. And we're going to be doing that. And so I think the main objective of why they've been doing this is they want to spread common awareness so that when they reveal everything, that it's not going to be as much of a shock, that people can tell their friends and family, hey, I've been studying this, I know what's going on. You might have only been watching television, you might not really be aware of any of this. Don't be afraid. He's not Hitler, he's not Mussolini. We're going to be fine. This is the real danger. The enemy is within. Okay, that's where it's all going. And then in the process, that's the cosmic trigger for ascension. As we get the exposure of negativity on a vast level, it's like the light on the planet suddenly gets dialed up, and people start having these epiphanies, these breakthroughs. They want to be more loving, more forgiving. And that in turn leads to the first wave of ascension, which they're telling us in these readings is going to happen next year, 2025. The sun gives off a bright flash. We get huge aurora borealis in the sky. And it also leads to, eventually, the return of the galactic family, the second coming of Christ. He will be in there, I'm sure, in some form. And it's going to be very amazing because there's going to be many, many of these beings visiting us that look human, and they're going to be openly interacting with us. And some of us, if you've been doing your homework spiritually, if you are a hero, if you're out there fighting for the truth, you will have magic abilities, ascended superhero powers, unlike what everybody else will have. And they're telling me, again, recently in my dreams and in the time loop, that I'm going to have those abilities too. Any of the people who get those abilities will be able to do miracle healings. So if you took something you shouldn't have taken, if you've got health issues that you're worried about, all you got to do is find somebody who's gotten the ascension to happen for them, and they will be able to do a laying on of hands healing for you. You won't need med beds. Those are just crutches. So that's all coming in our very near future, next year. So if you're worried about dying, you just got to hang on for one more year, and somebody will be able to heal you. And I hope for you that's if you do have that trouble and you're worried about that, I hope you can hang in there. Anyway, so now we're going to read these posts. They are very amazing. I have to be careful about what I say, so you got to just read the words on the screen. The first thing we see, right after where I stopped last Sunday, is that the state of Michigan says, oh, we're going to need 24 hours to do what we got to do. Really, huh? Even, backwater countries can do it in one night, but they're saying, nope, it's going to take 24 hours. They're preparing for a delayed result similar to what happened back in 20. The Secretary of State has announced they're going to need 24 more hours to do their thing. Meanwhile, we already see they have 500,000 more people registered than what would apparently be in the category of eligible. Do they need a full day to count things that are not real? Okay. 142,000 views and 58 seconds, which gets us right back to this thing about the Muslim infiltration. That's the main point. We've read this one many, many times. That's a big part of what's going on here. Then we see this particular company is threatening lawsuits against anybody, so these are all allegations. I don't want any beef with them. I'm just reporting on the news. They issued a threatening tweet warning that everybody should stay silent about any of their practices. They claim they are monitoring people and are ready to take legal action against those who speak out. Will you stay silent? Well, I read this to you, but I'm not directly accusing them of anything. So you make up your own mind if this is true. And they say, we're fully prepared to defend our company and customers against lies and those who spread them. Yeah, that's troubling, Anyway, almost 1 million views there. The next one is this tragic boy band death. Maybe it was not just something that he did to himself. Maybe they actually whacked him. It says a source close to him has revealed that this death could have been prevented. He didn't have to die. He didn't want to die. He had promised us he would never take his own life, and he was excited about the future. He had been dropped by his record label just days before this happened, And it just so happens that the hotel cameras mysteriously stopped working an hour before he passed. So clearly something shady is going on here. And we've got 43 seconds. This is one of the classics. So they're definitely telling you, get ready for the fireworks. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but they really are to inform. Any resistance will be dealt with very swiftly. The core focus is on removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within what we know, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided. So when you get these messages on your phone, you're going to get phone numbers. And if you see something crazy outside, you can call the number, and that will bring them in so they can stop bad things from happening. So that's pretty cool. If you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to the typical 911, any military that you may see, which could be where you are, depending on where you live, if you're in a city especially, is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Wow. So this is another, they deliberately timed the video to be 43 seconds so that you would read this and know that this is absolutely coming in. This is going to happen. And Michael just told us the next 1 or 2 months are going to be very interesting. It's probably before January. That's the answer to the question. Will it be by January? Probably before then. Then we see that there's been blackouts in Cuba, and now they have massive protests spilling into the streets because of it. Crowds have flooded the streets, banging pots and pans in a loud protest against widespread blackouts, crippling poverty, and severe shortages of food and water. Could that happen here? Well, that's probably what they want. I don't think it will, not to any big degree, but you never know. So definitely be ready. So there's 2 videos. The first one is 23 seconds and the second one is 17, but it starts playing as soon as I click on it, so I had it at 21. So let's read number 23. This is another very classic one we've seen many, many, many times. Note that military intelligence has the same special access protocols as other agencies. Why is this relevant? Who can be held hostage and controlled? The company thinks that they have foreign offshore assets strong enough to defend against this, but they have not accounted for the military being used. Why does the Constitution explicitly grant an authority like this to the President? And what are they preventing? They knew that our agencies would grow in power so much that they could hold the executive hostage or engage with bad people. And 45 nominated someone new to direct every agency but one. He controls the top. That's what the alliance really is. And it's all being done in secret. So this is very powerful. And again, the context is Cuba and the blackouts, right? Then we have 17 seconds. This is post number 17. And the title is, Why Does He Trail 45? Why does he travel in advance of 45 to these locations overseas? Why is this relevant? Focus on the power of 45 relating to the Marines. How could you use this intelligence from the military to prosecute people who are not doing the right things and circumvent corrupt agencies and judges? This is the biggest drop we've ever given you. Above is the reason why shills are sliding. In case you didn't know, they log and send new info back to ASF, blah, blah, blah. This is kind of beside the point. But they are aggressively looking to censor major platforms in exchange for slush funds and worldwide access to expand their networks. Everything they are doing has been forecast and prepared for. Why? Because they have the power of the NSA. They have mass surveillance. They can keep on top of it. They know what everybody's saying, what everybody's doing. Nothing ever surprises them, folks. So don't freak out about it. We got Michael's prophecies, we got Alliance prophecies, and they're all converging. I'm so glad we're not going to have to wait anymore. I've been talking about this for so long. I can't wait to see what's really going to happen, honestly. Then we see that in Georgia, these things are being set up behind the closed doors. Reports are surfacing that these areas are being set up behind closed doors. The public is not able to observe. Concerned resident confronted a sheriff and pointed out that his state law requires this to be done in the open and that citizens should have the right to watch. Despite this, residents are allegedly being refused any access, and this is sparking concerns over transparency. 400,000 views, and then we got 56 seconds, and this is another really long one, but very relevant. The campaign is attempting once again to sweep important questions under the rug about their top aide, her family ties to the Muslims and to this particular SA country, and her role in the ballooning email scandal. Her mother sits on the Presidency Staff Council of an Islamic Council for Relief, a group chaired by the leader of this organization, and then perhaps recognizing how offensive these ties would be to voters if they knew about this, and they're concerned over future attacks by these radical individuals professing allegiance to a particular law, the campaign on Monday tried to downplay her involvement in this brotherhood. The surrogate group claimed predictably there was no evidence that this individual or her family had ties to the brotherhood, and that the campaign staffers who spoke of these ties were only indulging in conspiracy. To debunk the evidence, they pointed to none other than Snopes, who fact-checked it as a sole source from McCain, the same guy who met with militia leaders, known associates, and saluted them as heroes when he was there in 2011. Wow. So yeah, this Muslim connection is very important. Then right on Fox News, they're talking about how commodification of people is taking place, like orders taking place. Wow. This problem is rapidly becoming one of the fastest growing enterprises, fueled by various policies we're now seeing. Fox even drew a chilling comparison, saying that ordering this is as easy as ordering a pizza. Is that an inside reference? Are they hinting at something bigger? In as little as 15 minutes, someone can order. They can use ads on these media and gaming platforms to select their preferences with coded emojis. Yuck. Many of these victims are even branded. They have tattoos. Doesn't this sound similar to something else we talked about? Yeah, it does. And here they are openly talking about it. And 471,000 views, and we got 63 seconds. And so it says, to those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and you can do what you already know is right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down this board and the internet as a whole, we will be ready. So this is, again, them saying you can make a deal. If you're part of this group, you don't have to go down with the sinking ship. You can make a deal. You can make it right. And even if they try to take down the internet, the alliance has got it covered. Then we see that there's a new lawsuit from somebody who's only 13 in this case. This is, again, another explosive one where there was drugging involved, as two other people, one male and female, allegedly were watching and standing by. She was hoping to go to the Video Music Awards in 2020, but then she became dizzy after drinking something, and she woke up in an empty bedroom. There's a possibility, that the other two who watched were a couple. I think we already know who that is from last week. That's what they're indicating. That's what they're hinting at. And again, with all of these things and any names involved, these are all allegations. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We are not accusing anyone of anything. We're just reporting on information, which is at this point still in the level mostly of hearsay and allegations. So I just want to make that clear. So we have a 15-second video that leads to post number 15. This is another one that's very, very important. There are more good people than bad. The inside term of the Alliance, Wizards and Warlocks, they're not going to allow another one of these evil people to control the country. Realize that all the names you're familiar with are controlled by 3 families, and the 4th was removed after the victory. One of them, of course, is Muslim, as we've seen. They keep talking about that. So then they're talking about the Law of War DoD Manual 11.3, 11.6. This has to do with the enemy occupation and how it's resolved. That's what's been happening. And then we go to the next thing. I've talked about that in other shows. We're not going to do it again today. So the corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 70% of those who are in office would end up with a big problem. And you're already seeing this begin. There is a deep cleaning going on, and we are preventing and defending against pure evil on a daily basis. Pure evil. They never thought they would lose control of the presidency, and they thought they'd regained it since making past mistakes like Kennedy and Reagan. Good speed, I guess they mean Godspeed. And P.S. so-and-so is targeted. So that's a very, very powerful one. Deals must be cut for people to walk away, or else 70% of them would end up in the clink. Wow. That's just so crazy, right? That there's so much corruption. Now, here's the next thing. We're talking about Kay, and we're talking about people in the church who she kicked them out because she doesn't want anybody standing up to her. She had police escort Christians out of their own church after they were questioning her statements, saying that these people don't belong where she's speaking. Wow. So that's pretty rude, huh? Just get them out of here. Well, the readings already talked about this in the time loop. They mentioned the brother and sister, lots of time loops about her. 63 seconds brings us to this. The same one we just read, they did it right over again, right away. To those watching, you have a choice to make. You can stand up and do the right thing or suffer the consequences. Make no mistake, you're losing. The choice is yours. If you take the net down, we will be ready. We already read that one. So this is very interesting. When they redundantly say something, there's 3 posts in a row now telling people to make a deal so they can get out of the clink. Then we see this lovely network is in full panic mode here after 45 labeled them as the enemy within and suggested that they might be treated as enemies and that they could face potential public things that happen that lead to their imprisonment. Can you feel the panic in his voice as you watch this? Yes, because they might end up actually being included in this. And they're on the show right now. And then you see there they are calling him a fascist. The meme returns. And we got almost 500,000 views, 500,000, and 119 seconds total, which brings us to this post right here. What is money flow disruption? List the billionaires. What family history goes back before World War I and II? Well, that would be probably, you could guess, Roth and Rock. Why is this relevant? Why did the Bushes recently break silence and attack 45? Was this a coincidence before people started getting arrested on a mass level in Saudi? Who audits billions paid for war? Who audits the billions paid for environmental policy? Where do the funds go? Are they offshore? Yeah, apparently so. To who, which entity, and or organization? Well, they just mentioned it. What slush fund was recently terminated by the Attorney General? What is blah, blah, blah? What is the underlying theme? It's about money. Who controls the Fed? How did political leaders and talking heads accumulate assets in excess of $5 million? What was their net worth before they got into the office? Reconcile. So yeah, people are making money through inside stuff. It's not the salary they get paid. It's the fact that they know what to trade, right? So then we see in Texas that sure enough, things are not behaving properly, allegedly. These are allegations. It says the latest state to report this problem claims that flipping is taking place and everybody is being urged to double check. And certain organizations have already made threats accusing that, if anybody says that something bad is going on, they're going to come after you. So again, these are all allegations. And, we have no beef with them, just to keep it clean. But I'm just reporting on this so that they and others can be educated about what the Alliance is saying. 17-second post leads to post number 17. Why does BO trail 45? We've read this one many, many times before. Why is he traveling in advance to foreign locations before 45 gets there? Why is this relevant? Focus on his power as it relates to the Marines. How can they use military intelligence to prosecute people who are doing bad things, circumvent corrupt agencies? We already read this one. It's just a different form of it. So there you go. They already said this one before. Then we see in Illinois that people are now being given an alternative. This is really, really weird. They're encountering broken scanners, and they're advised to have an alternative. At one facility, there was only one scanner. It was out of service, and these people were told that they had alternatives that would be processed later in the night. This, of course, raises the concerns of, are they even going to be counted, or is it just going to be stuffed under the rug? And now we got a new one. They're fairly new, post 66. Let's be real clear. Somebody says, let's be clear. You're telling us that he's currently under attack by our own intelligence agencies? And then they say, let's be real clear. The company just attacked the commander-in-chief. This was immediately detected by us, NSA, military intelligence, and he was alerted about it. Re-review all of my crumbs, including today, yesterday, and the weekend. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks, or if you see immediate action ongoing at their headquarters, then you'll have your verification ahead of schedule. So they're talking about immediate action. This might actually still happen. We might see something occur even quicker than we expected. That's how I read this. So be ready. Then we see the CEO of this company arrested for a very strange offense. And, Mike has been arrested in a shocking investigation. He, along with his partner and another man, were taken into custody as the FBI is delving into allegations of exploitation and abuse involving these lavish gatherings. And this is a very similar situation to the other one. My father had heard about this. My father knew about this, and I said, connect the dots, Dad. It's music, it's film, it's television, it's fashion. It's all these different things, and there's this pervasive culture that we just didn't know about, and it's all being exposed, and people are being brought to justice. It kind of looks like he's using cheek fillers. I'll just say that, That's probably what that is. Anyway, then we see a connection that's made between these unsavory elements in this next post. In 1998, this financier took control of the company we just mentioned and then popped in the guy that just got popped as the CEO in 1992. While he was at the helm, the wealth of the financier was being managed by good old Jeff. Decades later, he's now been arrested, and his financier once claimed that he had been possessed by a diebuck, Yiddish term for a demon, since he was a child. The devil is in the details. So I just had some fun with this. We can look at diebuck. We can take the B's, take the first B, turn it into an M, take the Y, turn it into a U, and then take the second B and knock off the bottom of it, and you end up with another word, which is kind of how I see these beings. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, okay. Almost 1 million views, 750,000 views. That's incredible. And then we see that there were new accusations coming forward. Very sad. New resurfaced footage shows that this person, this actress, was invited to the after party. There's a fresh lawsuit accusing him of crime. Again, while 2 other people stood by and watched. So now they're giving you more detail about who this person is making the accusation, apparently. 2.5 million views. 12 seconds is another classic one we've read many, many times. The military intelligence referred to is absolutely going to be the biggest inside drop you've ever heard on this board. Think about why certain groups play right in. The good guys are winning. We are always ahead. That's a good thing to know. Then we see that this particular actor was connected to this fashion company. Here he is in this very strange homoerotic picture that they took. Before his breakout role, he modeled for this company in '98 after winning a Fresh Faces of Iowa competition. Amid the growing scandal, he is reportedly planning to relocate to Europe to distance himself from the drama. Again, as I keep saying, innocent until proven guilty. I don't know anything. It's only an allegation, right? So there's your weird picture with his face circled in the middle. 1.5 million views almost. Okay, next one. In this place in Georgia, we're seeing that on the November date, they're having a drill. Isn't that interesting? These drills are planned for that very day. They've actually now been canceled because so many people got upset about this. They called it off. But it was a very, very weird thing. You're going to do cybersecurity at the same time? Really? DHS was going to lead a large-scale exercise to protect critical infrastructure. At the same time, they've been criticized of leaving things open and accusations of various attempts that they might have been involved with. Will they be doing any flipping under the guise of an exercise? Well, that exercise has been canceled. It's now been canceled, interestingly enough. So they are continually having setbacks. 2 minutes 37 seconds gets us post 157. What is a key and what is it used for? What is a guard? What is a guard used for? Who unlocked the door of all doors? I imagine they did, using their own methods. Was it pre-planned? Do you believe in coincidences? What is information? Who controls the release of information? Who has all the information? Obviously they do. Who disseminates the information? Well, we're doing that now. We're circumventing what they say, what is the MSM? Who controls it? Who really controls it? Well, we know. It's puppet masters. Why are we made to believe they are the only credible source? Who controls them? Who really controls them? And then they say it again. Why are they the only credible source? Why is this relevant? Why are any platforms that they don't control immediately cast away as being conspiratorial and not credible? And they say that again. What happens when an entity or individual accumulates power? Define corruption. Wealth is power, power is influence, influence is control, rinse and repeat. What power of influence was recently discovered in 2016? How much influence do you get from these social media outlets, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, to influence people? Has this stranglehold been diminished? Yes, it has. What is open source? Well, that's what we're doing now. What has become blatantly obvious since this 2016? And why would they allow this to be visible? Were they not prepared to counter? Apparently so. The social media hit them by surprise. What miscalculation occurred? They didn't realize it would become so big. What was the opposite impact it generated? How did he recognize this and invert it? What happens when an entity or individual accumulates power? Define corruption, censorship, controlled censorship. What action is going on effective mid-December with Twitter, and what is its purpose? Is this a possible test to understand the public and government response? I'm not sure what the action was, but look at what ended up happening. Now it's a totally different thing, and it's all free flow. That's where you really need to go if you want the best information. Then we see again, these are allegations, not guilty until proven so in a court of law. But they're just reporting on some fishy stuff here about this latest endorsement from even Batman himself, seeming to be under pressure. Allegedly, they don't know either, but they're just making an allegation that the rumor is that he might have been forced into doing this video. In the video, he claims that these two people despise America and have nothing in common with them. That's weird. It doesn't look that way. I mean, come on, he's serving fries at McDonald's. Give me a break. What do they have on him? Well, that's just a question. I don't know what the answer is again, but he makes this video. I didn't even bother to watch it. I didn't want to. It's like, oh my God, no. 46 seconds leads us to this. And we're going to read it from the top to the bottom up close. Why is the information about BO important relative to U1 and export approval to Canada? Where is he today? Did he or his administration ever make false statements that this would never be exported from the U.S.? Who made these statements? Who did they report to? Why is this relevant? The public has been given a select taste, a sampling. Rest assured that others, meaning us, have it all. It will be 100% verifiable and impossible to refute. It's all going to come out in the open. Why is this relevant? Who's controlling the narrative? Why are left-wing organizations beginning to report on this corruption? Does the company have operators inside this media? And what would happen if they were exposed? What happens if it's tied back to execs who knew what was going on? And what does this have to do with the leaks? Well, they're telling you to get ready for big leaks. What if it can be verified that no sourced stories made up were in fact approved to be published? The wormhole goes deep. Then we see that the president of Turkey goes and makes a visit, and as soon as he leaves, his country gets hit with really nasty stuff. Surprise, surprise. Just moments after he arrived for a summit, his country was hit by a well-coordinated attack. People with guns raided one of their largest defense companies. Obviously, this was a spiteful attack. They're mad at him for breaking away from the plantation. We have one video on the bottom right. It's 6 seconds long, and it gives us another massive post. Some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. He's 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting that he's a target is false. He will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as indictments start to happen. Neutrality must be in place for optical purposes. Okay, think about that. It's still happening now. He's not going to be saying anything publicly. Somebody asked me at the beginning. To suggest that he would go public and make all these accusations is false and should be common sense. Focus on intelligence, state secrets, and why that might be used versus any agency. What decision from the Supreme Court opened the door for someone to activate, and what must he show? This would again be using the military. Why is he surrounded by generals? There are a lot more good people than bad. Have faith. It's going to be okay. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just on one side. Don't fool yourself into thinking that these various individuals have more power today than he does. Follow the money. It's the key. What is their net worth, by one example? Why is their memory going? Is that a cover for a possible future indictment? What if John never had the surgery and that was a cover for a future out if he needs it against being prosecuted? Why did this person transfer his money to a nonprofit? This doesn't include massive slush funds that are being pulled by several higher-ups, which they've now frozen. Why did his son have several meetings with the prime minister, and how is that related to this other family? Why would they use this group as a priority? Could these groups be paid to do evil things? And how would they insulate that against being exposed? The truth is mind-blowing. We cannot fully expose it because people would be too upset. 99% would end up in the hospital, as they said in other posts. These people are evil. There you go. And then one of the talk show hosts is afraid that he's going to be targeted. He's talking about it openly. It's becoming very obvious, and people are really sweating. He's in full panic mode, claiming that he might be on a target list. In this interview, he's visibly anxious and uneasy. He might even consider relocating to another country, much like another individual is apparently planning on doing. 1.2 million views, 48 seconds leads us to this post. We will start at the top. What is this clearance, and what hint does that explicitly refer to? Department of Energy? Who would have the goods on you? 1. Does stating that letter refer to a person being in the DOE? No. Does that letter refer to someone dropping information with the highest level of security in all departments? Obviously, yes. Why is this relevant? And then we see a quote from BO in 2010 that this country should be viewed as a friendly partner under Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act after he agreed to a new weapons reduction deal and helping the U.S. with this other country. Who is the enemy? What is being continually stated by these people? And what did this reset really provide? Is it a clearance and a pathway to complete the deal? Why would the Canadian Prime Minister be so important? They never thought they were going to lose. The calm before the storm. Then we have a guy who's been on the docket for so long, they want to grab him, they want to bring him in, and now it was canceled. It's like, whoa, what? Renowned Hollywood director will no longer face trial in the U.S. for something that happened in a case dating back more than 40 years. The trial has now been settled. He's 91 years old. He fled decades ago after admitting that he did it. In 1973, he reportedly took this individual to dinner in L.A., gave her some tequila, and then something happened when they got home. Court records also reveal that he visited De Niro shortly after the incident. Oh, man. And then we see 126,000 views. Then we got good old Wild Bill, and he donated $50 million because I really don't want anything bad to happen. That's the implication. So Junior claimed to his audience that Wild Bill funneled $50 million to the campaign because he's frantic to avoid something happening to him the next time around. Junior also revealed that he was indicted in the Netherlands, but because he was deceiving the public about his own products, and that he's going to be facing trial. That is huge. Woo! I'm sorry, but I'm excited about it. I think it's time for a reckoning. He will never be allowed to walk down the street. And we got 750,000 views. The video is 172 seconds long. It says, good will always defeat evil. Amen to that. Then we see pictures of the new currency that's going to be able to compete against the dollar. This is a banknote that was just presented. That's potentially huge because it could really damage our economy, you know. So it's actually, this could have a big black swan effect on us. Then we have a U.S. representative who has a bombshell story. It has not come out yet. It got squashed so far. But then they refer to it. The last slide we're going to see talks about this again. He claims that this story was set to break today. It didn't happen. That this would be the end for her. The revelation is so significant, according to him, that even the people on her side will want to run away from her, and some will actually shift their support. Wow, that would have to be really, really freaking bad. And at the end, they're going to tell you what it is. Okay? But it hasn't happened yet because the media is squashing it down. But this is 1.4 million views. And then we have 34 seconds, which again is the ultimate prophecy post of everything I've been telling you. This is the big one. And they chose this to talk about it. So this thing coming out about her is huge. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize, oh, here it comes, that we are going to be taking back this country from evil tyrants who wish to do us harm, and they want to destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On his order, we have initiated various fail-safes. We will be safeguarding the public from primary events, and then we got the 11.3 slated to occur with arrest announcements. This is all about, it's in code, talking about how this is going to happen, and it's in the Law of War manual. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed. Not going to be a secret anymore. Finally, we get the truth. Finally, the confusion breaks down. Finally, people who only watch TV are going to be like, whoa, what the hell? Yeah, I've been trying to tell you this for years, you guys. Confirmation to the public will be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Then you're going to have rioting going on in serious numbers to try to stop people from being captured or arrested. On his order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned. I mean, it's going to have to be that way for a while. It sounds scary. Go ahead and be afraid, but this is what we need to go through. Special ops will be carried out. False leaks have been made. They're admitting not everything they say is true in order to retain several people in the U.S. so that they don't escape. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every person in this country is being protected in full. That's what the word should really be. However, the atmosphere within this country will be so divided because many, many people have fallen for this corrupt and evil narrative that you see broadcast all the time. Now here it comes. Here's another huge bombshell, and we've read this many times, but it never gets old. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system, EMS, during this time, and when we do that, we're going to be providing you with direct messages and circumventing anything fake so you get the truth. It's going to come in through your phone, through your computer, whatever. Anybody, organization, or person who's trying to harm us during this time will be met with swift fury. That doesn't sound good for the person. I would recommend standing down. We've pre-lifted certain laws in order to provide everyone the necessary authority that they need to handle and conduct operations at home and abroad. Wow. I mean, it's just like, it's so big. You know, the bigness of this, you know, they've tied me into these posts many times, so I feel obligated to keep reporting on this, but that 34 is it, man. That's like, wow. Something is really going to happen. We're not going to keep waiting. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not wasting your time. Archangel Michael is real. The time loops are real. These, you know, hidden 15 tapes have got lots of surprises for us. I'm sure we're only just seeing the beginning of it. I've got a whole lot more to go through. I'm still only on January 13th, and it runs all the way through the end of March with all these tapes. So I'm going to be here. We're going to keep going. This is very, very exciting stuff. We got 5,350 people. We hardly lost anybody. New pictures have surfaced as a result of lawsuits that have happened. They are shocking and disturbing. He's dancing with certain people and giving them intense stares. You see vodka bottles, and it's all in these new filings. They also revealed these small plastic containers that were apparently being used in order to covertly introduce things. Other individuals are visible, though faces are currently blurred, but more big names are soon going to be exposed. And it seems like most of these people are suddenly endorsing her. They're terrified, folks. So then you see these things. So I'm just going to give you each one of these individually so you can get it closer. And they've got people circled. They've got people blacked out. There he is on the left with the creepy stare. there is this circle around the middle, and sure enough, what you see is this whole array. There's like a tray, a black tray there, and it's got these little vials in it, and that's the drug. And there it is zoomed up close. And then you see he's grabbing his meat while there's a woman very scantily clad behind him. And then they're showing you what the size of these things are. You can just palm it in your hand. Nobody sees it. You squeeze it into the drink. And then, that's not a good idea. So there he is again with the creepy stare and the stuff on the table, the vodka bottles, etc., and somebody filming. Now, this sounds really scary, and it is, but I think that we got to remember here that this particular organization, it says a nightclub in Georgia is going to host a satanic black mass, and the organizers are claiming they will summon 3 demonized beings. Some reports on the event have described it as featuring a stolen item as part of the attraction. Now, I do want to be clear on this, that this appears to be a group that is making fun of the truth that's coming out. The demonized beings are going to be people wearing makeup and costumes. It's not going to be anything really real, because these people mock what's going on and they make fun of it. So that's what they're called, this Temple of Atlanta. If you've seen, there's movies about them, but it says Black Mass. Join us as we summon 3 demonized beings on our most sacred night of darkness with performances. I guess this already happened, yeah. That will have you crawling up the wall at the Drunken Unicorn. So again, I don't think there was anything real. I think they're just making fun of it. But it shows, like they're trying to, people are aware of all this stuff now. They're making fun of it, but it may also be that they're just gradually trying to introduce these concepts, make people as comfortable with it as possible, because they want this to be something ultimately that everybody would have to do. Everybody would have to participate. Then we got good old Mel, who made an official endorsement, and he's also voicing strong concerns about other crimes that are taking place. And he said this is a major crisis that needs our attention urgently. And there is complicity in this with over 300,000 people who have been lost. So the choice should be easy, like what he made. And then we see this is 14 seconds. This is another classic one of Washington crossing the Durham River, like the infamous report. It says SCIF, military intelligence. What are the state secrets? How did the Supreme Court uphold them? What must be completed in order to have military intelligence work over other agencies? What do you need in order to have civilian trials, and why is this relevant? What about Flynn? Why is that relevant? Why did Admiral R meet 45 privately? Does 45 know where the bodies are buried? Does he have goods on bad actors? Was he asked to run? Just like I said, yes, obviously. Why and by who? We've already discussed that. Was HRC going to be next? Yes, and they stopped that. Was this supposed to happen the way that it did? Well, no, they wanted it to be different, and it didn't work out for them. Did good people in the alliance prevent it? Yes. Why did he form a panel to investigate? Because they already know. Has he ever made a statement that did not become proven as true in fact? And as I said before, trolls would have a field day with that. Yeah, we caught him. He didn't say that. I mean, in principle, what's going on is they're having him put out true information, okay? And so these things that people don't want to believe, what do you mean it's fake? No. You're going to find out everything he said was true in the fullness of time. So that's how I interpret that. I'm not saying that I would agree that every single thing he's ever said is true, so don't troll me on that. But that's what they said here, so I'm just reading it to you. What is he in control of? I mean, he's joked around. He's made things that are whatever. What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? Why do they play such a vital role? That would be, of course, the military. Why is he surrounded by these highly respected generals? Who guards these people? Why is that relevant? And who guards her? Why would they allow this organization to operate? Why haven't these Muslims been classified as something else? What would happen if certain operations were to get violent and do bad things domestically? What happens if various people do not enforce the law? What authority does he have specifically over this group? Why is that important? What is Mueller's background? Is he in the military? Was this individual asked to run with assurances made that the tampering would be prevented? Apparently, yes. How was he always 5 steps ahead, and who was helping him? Well, now we know the answer. So then in the next post, we have Kay readying the military that she's still working with for civil unrest. He's been briefed on their directive ordering these people to prepare for unrest and that bad things could happen to Americans. 3.9 million views. And look at the evil smile they got. I mean, wow. And then we see this guy in the NBA says that this individual was protected for decades. His name was Kwame, and he suggests that there's been decades of protection due to the political ties and his influence in getting the vote. He questions why this scandalous lifestyle is only coming to light now. And we see over 500,000 views, and we got 255 seconds. And this says, learn to read the map. You have more than you realize. Well, we're doing that. We're reading the map right now that they're giving us. Then we have a captain of the Air Force who revealed the imminent strike that was coming. He broke operational security in a now deleted post that he was preparing for this to happen. Of course, only 4 people died. It was a nothing burger. 10 U.S. Air Force Stratotankers, critical for mid-air refueling, were spotted en route to the Middle East. Are these people likely to try to lead us into a war? Well, they tried, but it didn't really work, did it? No, it didn't. And that's a very, very good thing for us. You know, we're very happy that they were not able to succeed in trying to get this thing to go. And then we see 21 seconds is indicated in the video, although it's paused. So let's read 21. I've dumped some crumbs like this over the weekend, which has caused intense chilling. At this point, we are far enough along you can paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. So there you go. We are heading into the final phase of this. We have a few more slides left, and I'm probably going to get it done in 4.5 hours, which is great, because then my eyes won't hurt as much and get back to my life and eating some food like I fed my turkeys. So then we see new videos surveyed by the Post that they haven't come out with yet. An in-depth review of these videos revealing shocking scenes. It's very sad. People were threatened or coerced, and they were involved with very big names. One particular video involves somebody, and 2 people are involved with that person. She has white powder under her nose, and here's our mascot in the background, and he's got a shirt that says, God is the greatest. How ironic. Another clip has a couple on a table, and other people are dressed up, and they're looking on. Ugh, yuck. Many of these videos are dated, aligning with various high-profile events, including Video Music Awards in Miami. Remember, they said Miami Heartburn of Science in the time loop, and the 2005 Super Bowl. Various celebrities were seen around at these events, though the Post notes there's no indication that they had any idea what was going on or were involved in it. The videos that they reviewed are in the same archive that includes this footage of another crime taking place. So there you go. He's dancing, and it's 15 seconds, 1.1 million views. This is huge. And we got post number 15. Good old 15, another really amazing one that we already read before. We've already read this today, so we're not going to read it again. But just to focus, it says they're not going to allow another evil person to control. A deep cleaning is occurring. They're making deals so 70% of people don't have to be in jail. They say that the prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They just never thought they were going to lose control. Then one of the attacks that are going on against the other guy has now, like I said last week, been traced to fraud. The Alliance caught up with this story. Doesn't mean all of them are. But there was this particular guy calling himself an insurrectionist, claiming that he was of color, and said that he had evidence, but it was actually a white man. And even worse, he's been accused of defrauding people who were his business partners and his lenders. He reportedly owes over $6 million in back taxes to New York. Now I don't feel so bad. And he described himself as a researcher working with a larger group. So there you go. Then we have good old Leo. And, you know, all these bad things that are happening, just blame the same guy that everybody blames. It's got to be him. That's kind of a stretch, man. He looks like a hostage. His face is drawn in, I guess that's what they mean. He's officially endorsed her, and he's blaming this individual and climate change for the destruction of Helene and Milton. Really? He calls these unnatural disasters driven by climate change, said that this individual has denied the science and warned that this is killing the planet and wrecking the economy. Well, I feel bad for him that he would participate in this because it's really silly, and nobody agrees with this right now. I mean, to try to hang all the things all these crimes on this dude, it's people just not buying it anymore. Like, really? You're going to blame the hurricanes on it's his fault that it happened? I don't agree with that at all. Post number 84. Please add crumbs above, make a new complete graphic, organized and in order, which we're doing here week by week. This is critical to understand and review. It's a spider web. It's all staged and deliberate. Now they did one that's right up in my bailiwick, the UFO fleet near Indiana's military base. And you can see in the picture, it's like it keeps appearing in more than one place at a time. It's very weird, whatever it is. A mysterious fleet of glowing UFOs was seen racing through the skies near an Air Force base in Indiana, leaving dozens of stunned onlookers in awe. At least 6 yellow-orange orbs were captured on camera, flickering and hovering just south of the Air Reserve Base before they vanished without a trace. And if you look at it up close, you see the 3 dots. It's like the dot appears in one place, and then it appears in the next place, and then one of them fades out, and there's another one over here. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's really, really cool looking. It's a great UFO video. And we've got 41, which is a sarcastic, tongue-in-cheek post. I like sarcasm, so this made me laugh. What a coincidence, huh? What a coincidence that the mountain that housed what these people were playing around with to make very nasty things, what a coincidence that their mountain collapsed. What unbelievable timing. I wonder, wink wink, if critically important materials, as well as scientists, aka the people making this stuff, might have been inside the mountain when it all happened. Isn't it shocking that no global news agency suspects we had nothing to do with it, which is a double negative? They do know that they did it. Enjoy the crumbs. So what is this saying? This is saying that in certain cases, the Alliance is making strikes on underground facilities. You'll never hear about it, so that we don't end up having these horrible wars happen. That's ultimately a good thing. Then we have another endorsement that took place, but everybody got really upset because then she cut out of there. She made the official endorsement, declared the most critical issue is a woman's right to make choices about her own body, including the option to end something even if it's all the way done. Wow. She emphasizes support that this access should occur right up until birth. That's freaking crazy, which allows a healthy woman to make this decision at any stage of pregnancy for any reason. I did have a friend of mine who was worried that if 45 gets back in, that, that this could become severely restricted. I grew up in upstate New York. We heard about the coat hangers. We heard about how women would end up killing themselves because of trying to do this. It's going to be on a state-by-state level. There are going to be some states, admittedly, probably in more of the red states, where if you live there, you're going to have a hard time if for whatever reason you felt you had to do this, and I know it's a very complex political discussion. But they could still travel by bus or however they want to do it to another state. It's still possible for that to happen if somebody really feels they need to do it. But I definitely draw the line on doing it that late in the game. That's just insane. I mean, it's murder, A lot of people think that it's murder at any stage, but again, I had a prominent friend of mine text me, and she was really worried about this, saying that, it could be really bad for women if it was all banned. It's not that it's all going to be banned. It's going to be state by state, but certain people, if they want to actually do it this way, that's just hideous, and I am totally opposed to that. So that's my statement on it. And we got 711,000 views. That's massive, and it's 195 seconds. And then it says these various deals. Why is this relevant? Reread our drops. What does it mean to be covered in gold? Which couple was photographed that way? We read these a couple weeks ago. The public release of these photos, this was the ball they had in the early 70s, was a mistake. They're wearing weird masquerade masks. Who released the picture? Probably them. Who has all the information? They do. What does it mean to be covered in gold? Can you locate another picture with the head covered in gold? What does this represent? Well, they're obviously, I think there's all kinds of spiritual elements to this. I'm not going to try to crack this question again because I already did it in another video. But here's the next one. He got on the Joe show, and he talks about how we need to go to paper. He said all the paper is watermarked. He said that they both believe this is the only way to make sure that everything is fair. In 2020, the media reported that not all of these official things had the right markings in order to be able to identify them. See how careful I got to talk there? Oops, I missed 26. Sorry about that. It was right near the end here. And then Jamie says he's now only joking about something he said before. This is pretty rude. Somebody caught him while he was pumping gas. He probably had to stop pumping the gas before he was finished. Now he says he was only joking when he hinted that this individual was behind his mysterious hospitalization. The rumors initially suggested he'd accused poisoning of taking place, and he had even contacted this agency over the incident. When he was asked directly, he avoided a clear answer and simply responded, "God bless you." I gotta say, as far as like the celebrity tool chest, if somebody comes up to you and they're bothering you, that's a pretty good one. Just say "God bless you" and not answer the question. I like that. You got to collect these things as a public figure. You want to, have some tradecraft you can use if somebody just assaults you in public. So God bless you. That's a pretty good one. Like Paul McCartney's, classic one, because people would always try to accost him in a restaurant. He would say, "Please excuse me, I'm eating." And that was all he would say. And he'd say it over and over again if somebody tried to disturb him when he was at a restaurant table. So I've thought about that one too, because sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just don't feel like talking. And it's rude if somebody walks up in the middle of your dinner. Anyway, 63 seconds is post 63 speaking directly to him and others. We already read this one. To those watching, you have a choice. You can stand up and do the right thing or suffer the consequences. Make no mistake, you're on the losing side. It's your choice. So there you go. And then after there was no musical performance and she just talked for 3 minutes, multiple individuals started to walk out and they were all pissed off. The fans were outraged. They waited over 12 hours and then she didn't even do one song at a Texas rally. They packed into the stadium. They had high expectations. Many people left immediately when they realized that she wasn't going to do anything but talk for 3 minutes. Nobody came to see the other one. There they are using the font, the disgruntled crowd. That's the same font that I pioneered in Moment of Truth, which is in the bundle I just showed you. And we got 53 seconds. It says, list all who have foundations. Why is this relevant? How can donations be used? Personally, analyze the findings. Who's charged with overseeing this? Are they corrupt and politically motivated? The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe that there's only one way to handle this. We're just over the 4.5 hour mark and we're almost done. Okay, so some of this evidence did get sealed up. That just happened. He scored a small victory in court. Federal agents have been ordered to stop leaking any details about the case, but we already have tons of information. After there were disturbing claims that had been exposed, they pushed for a gag order. The judge warned prosecutors and law enforcement to strictly adhere to these laws, banning them from sharing any other information. Well, that could happen. It's probably still going to leak in a whole variety of ways, but that is interesting. The system is pushing back. Then we see, we'll call him Crass Brian. This is a guy who's very criminally implicated, and he says if it doesn't turn out the way he wants, he's leaving the country. Well, this is a guy who's been trolling against 45, but it turns out that he's involved in all kinds of fraud and stuff like this. And this was another post that talks about this. I read a whole big X post on this that exposed all the details. They're brothers under the alias Enterprising Desert Raven, and they're now using community notes to deny that there is even such a list. Yeah, we believe you guys, just like everybody believed you when you ripped them off. Then we see the former president narrowly surviving an attempt on his life from Bolivia. This occurred in Shinahota. 14 shots. He's so lucky, man. 14 shots, and he only caught it a little bit. His government was overthrown in 2019, and he was the first indigenous president. We have 2 videos there. He was very lucky to be alive. The first one is 19 seconds. And so that brings us to this, which is about, why do they want to control the black population? Are they being intentionally kept poor and in need? Yeah, because that way they're mad and they're going to try to turn us against each other. Why are they projecting racism on a daily basis? Why do they do the crazy talk? How do they cover the historical facts of what they actually did, opposing all things that are pro in their legislation? What would happen if they lost their slave grip? Why are they using this funding to prop up and install assets in Hollywood, which would include this guy in lawsuit? Does this fall within various operations? What were the historical advantages they gained with the media and having famous people supporting their narrative? Who exposed these networks? You can't answer the above, but you will laugh once we give you the details. The network controlling this false narrative, which keeps them under control, is being dismantled. False leaders will be exposed next as shills. Follow the money. Maxine has this huge, rich home, $4 million, cash in excess of 6, that's a total of 10. How is that possible? This is one example. All of these questions will give you the full picture. And we got Post 44 was the other one, again warning us to expect something big on Friday. Well, last Friday delivered with the Joe Show, and I think this next Friday is going to be big too because we're getting right near the end here. So then, here's the last one, folks. The bombshell was temporarily disarmed. We heard about before Santos and what he was saying. He claimed that the New York Times, NBC, and the Post are all holding it back, the story that he was leaking about, out of concern that she could be critically injured, harmed in the final days. This would involve her attending one of these events years ago, and some of the people there engaged in questionable behavior. Uh-oh. In 2020, the media and big tech were all out there trying to stop these things from coming out. Is he telling the truth, or are they covering up a potential October surprise? Well, we don't know yet. But there you go. That's the last slide we had. And we're now up to the present. We've got 4 minutes and 37 seconds. D donated $25. Says, thank you, David, for sharing all this information with us today. And all of this talk about new technology coming, what good is it if we go into the 5th density and get our light body? The new tech will be obsolete. That's not true. ETs, angels, they do use technology, and having spaceships is a very good thing. You're not just going to be flying into space and breathing on your own. It's good to have a spaceship. Okay? Ooh, my wheel is spinning. Hopefully that's not going to last very long, but okay, now it's back. But when I change camera angles, sometimes it gets a little gummy. Sunflower Life. It says, fear not the illusion of the shadow, beloved bearers of light. One is God with a majority. Divine blessings to you, Master David. Celebrating your 3rd super chat. And then David Corin says, David, you are the only one I will sit still for this long for. Thank you. We still got the whole audience. We're up to almost 5,400 people. We've had 30,000 views already. The average view time is 43 minutes and 55 seconds. And then they come back and watch later if they don't watch it all today. I'm going to have to watch this on reruns, says Jennifer. Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of really great stuff today. The time loops are getting more and more amazing. I've got all these tapes to go through. Gus Fink says, David, thanks for keeping at it. The universe is always able to change. One mind can shift so far. Anna Nishida says, I would love to see you if you come to Japan again, David. Bless you and thank you for all that you do. Yeah, we're probably going to have multiple meetings in Japan. David, what do you know about Freemasons? Is there anything good about them? Well, I had a friend who actually was in that organization, and he said that he went up to 33rd degree and nothing violated his Christian principles. So I think all the bad stuff has now been hidden higher than that or in other organizations. Really, what we used to accuse Freemasons of is now more in intelligence agencies, in my opinion. Okay, so we have to
Okay, thank you, David. We love you. You rock, David. You made my day again. We have a lot more crumbs now. David, you should have 10x or 100x the amount of viewers that you do, and maybe the amount is not being really seen. That could be. I mean, I'm amazed at how low the numbers are. But again, we know what they're doing, so that's not any big deal. It's a rich people's club. I've been watching you, David, since 2 p.m. I'm very glad you fed the turkeys. Anyone who cares for birds and feed them is a good person. Thank you. Thanks for all your info and work, David. I can't wait for the Earth situation to be resolved. I'm glad it's coming soon. I have had it! Celebrating the 5th Super Chat. That's Daddy's classic signature line. I have had it! I'm distressed my son has to be in court during this process. Courts aren't behaving right, says Kathy Rennick. I agree. Much love from New York. You rock, says Anna Smith. Thank you for eye-opening news. Thank you. I want to eat some turkey drumsticks. No, we're not killing the turkeys. I'm never going to shoot these turkeys. I'm only there to help them and love them. And with that said, we'll keep this to 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's go right into our global peace meditation. Okay? And there's a really good reason for us to do this, folks. So please close your eyes now. Keep both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. And let it go. We've seen some amazing things again today. Incredible time loops. Realizing that the power of the Christ consciousness, the galactic mind, the logos, the higher power, whatever you want to call it, is very real. As we go through these distressing circumstances, we see that it is part of a cosmic trigger, that all of these things are actually leading to the widespread exposure of truth, the increasing of compassion on earth, the desire for people to be of service to others, the relinquishing of all the control that's been held over us for so many decades, the understanding of what it truly means to be a cosmic citizen, to have a galactic family, to meet multidimensional beings that are far more powerful than we are, to embrace them in this open cosmic communion that is coming in the future, to realize that the teachings of our religions were not as far off as we thought they were. There are all sorts of surprises and mysteries in store. We saw that I had an ankle injury that I thought might be broken, but it was actually very benevolent. And it cracked all the bones in my ankle and got me a nice adjustment that I'm starting to walk on now very well. And of course, all of this is leading us towards this big, big moment where the breaking through occurs. There's the relinquishing of fear, the opening of the heart. So breathe in and feel the intelligent pulse of the cosmos pulsing through your veins. Feel yourself becoming more and more alive, more and more aware, sending this energy of healing and love and light into the planet to all those in need of it, easing the strain of potential future wars, easing the strain of any type of hostilities, economic failures that may occur over, as we were told, the next 1 or 2 months. This is the big exam, folks. We're going into the big one here. This is not a time to lie back and rest. It's a time to be vigilant. And as you breathe and you relax into the moment right now, remember that you are always loved. And in the grandest sense, you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. And so it is. And now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. Come on back. I'm going to fade myself back in here so you can see my face properly. Thanks for being here, everybody. This has been really amazing. I'm really glad that we did this today. I'm really glad that I was here with you. We're at 4:44 minutes, so we can end on 4:45. And we have Tarotina, somebody said. Lynn Hanzelik just donated. Thank you very much. Turkeys and chickens are very loving when they're treated with love. I totally agree, and so it is. Everyone is at Madison Square Garden watching. He's ready to talk. That's awesome. I'm sure he'll watch this later. Great show and family. Thank you, David, says Leanne Boudreau. Janice Sullivan, Wellness TV. Thank you, David. Everybody says thank you, David. Steve Rogers, April Williams, Monoblock, Frank Gargano, Tammy Lily Anna says, I shut down on Sundays, everything else to watch David and hang out with this wonderful community. Betty Joe, we have Vaca Paulo donated $20, starting to go really fast now. I can barely keep up with it. Anyway, you guys are awesome. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for participating with me. We'll have more unsealed time-looped Michael readings next Sunday. I'm very passionate about this, and we will see you then. Thanks for watching.